Hello, Internet. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club this Saturday night where it's way too hot. Hi, Nightwolf! It's doing the play thing by itself. Forgot to hit start. Okay. I think I have everything settled. Got alcohol. I've even got chaser. We have flavored chaser, so I'm not going to be choking. The tie is on. The makeup is on. Through a great deal of effort and nearly breaking my favorite hairbrush, my hair has been tamed. That's the best I could do with it today. It's taken on a life of its own. It is in true wolf hair mode, thanks to 2 days of really, 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 really high humidity and a lot of intermittent rain. We're getting 5-minute thunderstorms followed by huge humidity spike where my hair just grows exponentially. Like, what's that pet from the Fantastic Beast movies that I have never seen, but I know one of them is it grows to the size of its environment, so if it gets out, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. That's my hair right now. That's entirely my hair. So, I was trying to remember what all happened in the book last week. I wasn't coming up with much because I really don't think a whole lot happened. Uh we have them trying to have a vanilla relationship that's working for neither of them. I think she borderline called him out on some of his bullshit. Oh yeah, they had really I'm a Furby. How am I a Furby? I used to have a Furby. It scared my roommate. Like literally, when I went to school, it kept talking because they're motion activated, so they would just randomly talk, and it kept freaking her out, and so she put it in a cupboard because she didn't know how to turn it off. Though my personal favorite is still that Furbies were banned from every government building in America because the FBI thought they could record your conversation and repeat it back. I'm like, seriously, FBI, you couldn't take a screwdriver and take one apart and discover it has no recording capability? Like, this is as dumb as saying people are going to hack your microwave. So then Christian brought her to the spa that is owned by dun 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 Mrs. Robinson, his uh former mistress, in all of her very blonde, tall, gorgeous glory, because it always has to be evil blondes, and brunettes are always the innocent virgins. There is a trope of writing that does that kind of um places value by hair color. It's an old one. There's like a Japanime based on it too, where like social standing is based on hair color. I had a friend who was huge into all things anime a long time ago, so I vaguely recall that this exists. I don't remember what it's called though, because I think it was one of those ones she had like some illegal streaming service from Japan to watch them all on. This is how that went. But her and a bunch of her friends were actually getting pretty fluent just from watching. So that is where we left off, that Anastasia has come to the realization that her idiot jerk of a boyfriend, uh, because he still, even though he has agreed not to do any of the Dom stuff and not to make her follow any of the rules, is still making her follow all of the rules and doing all the Dom stuff, including insisting that she go to a spa and be waxed and have her hair cut the way he likes, and I assume like makeup and nails done the way he likes. And who would know better than, the woman who indoctrinated him into all of this? But YouTube has stopped listening, so all rise for our national anthem. Quack, quack, quack.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes, please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week. Or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Hey. And looks like I am riding solo tonight. We'll see if anybody comes around later. Open panel if anyone would like to come up. Nightwolf, Sethale, whoever. Nastrovia. Mm. Okay, who remembers Fruitopia? Blueberry watermelon. It was the only good flavor. And yes, they are. Even though I wanted one, I wanted one because everyone else had one, not because I actually wanted one. But yeah, they were creepy. I definitely lean towards they're creepy. Like the voice, I don't know what they did to the voice, but it was a little off from being cute. It was a little too. I don't know. I think the inventors of Furby got stoned and watched the Gremlins movies because they've always kind of reminded me of the Gremlins. They are awesome, but yeah, I can understand why my roommate put the thing in a cupboard while I was at school and then begged me to turn it off. Keep in mind, this is my visually impaired, hearing impaired roommate. And the thing creeped her the fuck out. I don't know what Fraggle Rock is. It does have a little Five Nights at Freddy's vibe. Oh, way ahead of its time. But yeah, the either the Bitty Babs or the Bonnie hand puppet. The Bonnie hand puppet. That's what it is. Furbies are the Bonnie hand puppet. But you know what? You know what else like screwed up an entire generation? Tickle Me Elmo. Okay, I'm sorry, but I always thought Tickle Me Elmo was freaking creepy. I did not understand. That is one toy I do not understand how that toy went so incredibly viral. And it was for years, because it wasn't 1 year. It wasn't the dominant toy for 1 year. It was the dominant toy for like 5 years. it had like an incredibly long run of being the toy that every little kid had to have, and I never flippin'. I mean, I was too old for it when it came out, but still, I was young enough that I should have like been able to understand the appeal, and just no, 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 no. I always thought they were creepy and get the thing away from me. But I never liked toys that move on their own. I was always like that as a kid. So we do have $10 shots on offer. We have our trusty handcuffs that left lovely marks that have completely faded now, but they did leave slight little red marks on my wrist last time that made me very, very happy. That's what happens if you struggle. Because if you're not struggling, you're not doing it right. So we do have our handy dandy handcuffs. I remember. Believe me, I flippin' remember because I had baby cousins that were just the right age for Jekle Me Elmo, and I remember her parents being like they were standing in line for like 8 hours at a flippin' Toys R Us because everything was Toys R Us. I do miss Toys R Us; they sucked, but I missed them. They were overly expensive. That's why Toys R Us went down. They didn't lower like they acted like they were some like rich people toy store, and it's like, no. The majority of your market is not rich people. So, if they had adjusted their prices like appropriately instead of charging 3 times as much for a game of Monopoly as like Walmart charges, they'd still be around. But they were too full of themselves. Plus, apparently, there was like massive reckless corporate spending. Because I know here before they actually like closed permanently, the courts like appointed somebody to oversee them because there was such reckless spending, and that's what was bankrupting the company. Not that their sales were actually down, but I guess it wasn't enough to save them. But yeah, I remember the fights over the Tickle Me Elmo. Like it made news. I also thought that was crazy because I didn't think Tickle Me Elmo was a very good toy. All right. Ow, snap. Be warned, I may come with sneezing fits tonight because there's been sneezing fits all day. Chapter 5. Greta, who is Mr. Gray talking to? My scalp is trying to leave the building. We already have a stupid I'm sorry, that's just dumb. It's prickling with apprehension, and my subconscious is screaming at me to follow it. But I sound nonchalant enough. Oh, that's Mrs. Lincoln. She owns the place with Mr. Gray. Greta seems more than happy to share. Mrs. Lincoln. I thought Mrs. Robinson was divorced. Perhaps she remarried to some poor sap. Yes, she's not usually here, but one of our technicians is sick today, so she's filling in. Do you know Mrs. Lincoln's first name? Greta looks up at me, frowning, and purses her bright pink lips, questioning my curiosity. Shit, perhaps this is a step too far. Elena, she says, almost reluctantly. I'm swamped by a strange sense of relief that my spidey sense has not let me down. Spidey sense? My subconscious snorts. Pedo sense. They're still deep in discussion. Christian is talking rapidly to Elena, and she looks worried, nodding, grimacing, and shaking her head. Reaching out, she rubs his arm soothingly while biting her lip. Another nod, and she glances at me to offer a small, reassuring smile. So she's allowed to bite her lips? Yes, we have various toys for use here. I've got riding crop, whips, floggers, knife, bit, cups. Yeah, we got plenty. Did you have something in mind? I can only stare at her, stone faced. I think I'm in shock. How could he bring me here? This is pretty boneheaded, even for somebody as oblivious as Christian is. See, because what he has not gotten, because she did not make this clear, was that he needs to treat her differently than all of his past subs, which he is not doing. But also, she is, again, she did not make that clear. She only said no rules and no punishments more severe than being spanked with an open hand, pretty much. She didn't say don't take me to the same spa you took all your other subs, or buy me the exact same car, or probably the clothes all probably come from, 2 or 3 stores that he always shops at for his subbies. She didn't say don't treat me like I'm one of those girls. So, but it's still pretty dumb that, knowing how she feels about Mrs. Robinson, he would bring her here. Oh, but my toys are more fun. She murmurs something to Christian. He looks my way briefly, then turns back to her and replies. She nods, and I think she's wishing him luck, but my lip reading skills aren't highly developed. So he's probably just told her, like, we're not doing the whole BDSM thing. We're trying to do the real relationships thing. And she's like, oh, yeah, that's not going to burn out in 5 minutes flat because you're not wired that way, because I wired you not that way. 50 strides back to me, anxiety etched on his face. Damn right. Mrs. Robinson returns to the back room, closing the door behind her. Christian frowns. Are you okay? He asks, but his voice is strained, cautious. Not really. You didn't want to introduce me? My voice sounds cold, hard. His mouth drops open. He looks as if I pulled the rug from under his feet. But I thought, for a bright man, sometimes. Words fail me. I'd like to go, please. Yeah, no, honey, go ahead. Call him an idiot. He needs it. Why? You know why. I roll my eyes. He gazes down at me, his eyes burning. I'm sorry, Anna. I didn't know she'd be here. She's never here. She's opened a new branch at the Bravern Center, and that's where she's normally based. Someone is sick today. You still brought her to the salon owned by your ex mistress, where you brought all your other sex toys. Don't do that if you're trying to show you're serious. He just cannot get it. He really cannot get it. Like, he cannot get that whatever the hell he wants to do is not the right thing to do if somebody else is telling him that. I turn on my heel and head for the door. Oh, I would not have been waiting for him to finish his conversation and come back to me. As soon as I had confirmation that's Mrs. Robinson, I am out the door. We won't need Franco, Greta. Christian snaps as we head out the door. No, I don't think she's gonna get her hair cut here, you absolute raging idiot. I have to suppress the impulse to run. Don't bother. I mean, I know he's gonna catch you anyway, probably with a lasso, but run. Preferably into another store that is very crowded. I have the overwhelming urge to cry. I just need to get away from all this fuck upness. Yeah, see, ladies, if your man is constantly doing things that have you on the verge of bursting into tears, leave his ass. The sex cannot possibly be that good. Christian walks wordlessly beside me as I try to mull all of this over in my head, wrapping my arms protectively around myself. I keep my head down, avoiding trees on 2nd Avenue. Wisely, he makes no move to touch me. I'm amazed he has, like, that level of awareness. My mind is boiling with unanswered questions. Will Mr. Evasive fess up? You used to take your subs there. I snap. Some of them, yes. He says quietly, his tone clipped. Layla? Yes. The place looks very new. It's been refurbished recently. I see. So Mrs. Robinson met all your subs? Yes. Did they know about her? No. None of them did. Only you. But I'm not your sub. No, you most definitely are not. I stop and face him. His eyes are wide, fearful. His lips are pressed into a hard, uncompromising line. Can you see how fucked up this is? I glare at him, my voice low. Yes, I'm sorry. And he has the grace to look contrite. I'm not buying. I am not buying. I am not buying that he is sorry at all. I don't think he understands. I think he's mimicking here. I think Christian Grey grew up learning to mimic proper emotion because he doesn't have proper emotion. So I think that is what he's doing here. Is he's figured out she is upset. She thinks that he has done something wrong. I don't think he understands for a second that he actually did do anything wrong. But I also think he knows this is not an argument he's going to win. So he's acting like he understands and is sorry for what he did and, humbling up a little bit, but that's not him and that's not going to happen. Yeah, that is a mood. It's usually a mood where I'm calling an Uber, but or if I'm with my family, it's where I'm checking if Via Rail is still running at 4 in the morning. Because if I don't get away from these people, one or all of us are going to commit murder. Yeah, it's never good when like 4 of the last 6 family gatherings you've left in the middle of the night after several hours of a very large fight with several people involved. That's the other thing with having a lot of family. You get in a fight with one person, 5 other people will jump in and nobody will shut the fuck up. And then it doesn't even matter. Especially if my aunt's around. She cannot keep her nose out of a fight. I was no joke. I was in a fight with my cousin, her oldest, when we were 26 and 24 years old respectively. And we were in a fight. Not even a bad fight. We were actually making progress because we were angry at each other. We were definitely shouting, but we were having something of a constructive dialogue. And my aunt comes down the stairs and starts screaming at me for and jumping in and defending her daughter for something that I wasn't even saying, and she didn't even understand like what the argument was about. And I said to her, I'm like, because I was in such disbelief that she had jumped in that way, in that parental way, and I was like, she's 24 years old. When are you gonna let her fight her own battles, for Christ's sake? Why do you think she can't function in the real world? Like, the girl had to be hospitalized with a nervous breakdown after a customer yelled at her when working as a cashier at Zeller's because she'd never been yelled at in her life. She'd never been held accountable for screwing up, and she screwed up. And the customer yelled at her because she screwed up, and she didn't know how to fix it, so she had a panic attack and got taken to the hospital and fired. Like, and that's why, is what I wanted to scream at her mother. Like, this is why, because you step in and you never let her handle shit herself. She's not a baby anymore. No, but her mom even said, like, she's my kid, I'll always defend her, I'll always step in for her. Like, yeah, that's how you crippled her. And your other two. Oh yeah. I have one cousin, I have to remind myself that he was there during certain family events or certain family fights because he will literally go in the back corner of the room, face the wall, and be very quiet and very still because he can't handle all the yelling and the screaming. And he really does like blend into the wallpaper, and you literally forget that he's there. And yes, that's the cousin who's autistic, which is why he does that. Sorry about Stippy. Lost my place. Yeah, that's what I forgot. I forgot to find a highlighter or get one or make one or something. That's what I forgot. I want to get my hair cut, preferably somewhere where you haven't fucked either the staff or the clientele. He flinches, because that's like every salon. Now, if you'll excuse me, you're not running, are you? He asks. No, I just want a damn haircut. Somewhere I can close my eyes and have someone wash my hair and forget about all this baggage that accompanies you. Damn! He runs his hand through his hair. I can have Franco come to the apartment. Or your place, he says quietly. She's very attractive. He blinks. Yes, she is. Is she still married? No. She divorced about 5 years ago. Why aren't you with her? Because that's over between us. I've told you this. His brow creases suddenly, holding up his finger. He fishes his Blackberry out of his jacket pocket. It must be vibrating because I don't hear the ring. Welch, he snaps, then listens. We're standing on 2nd Avenue, and I gaze in the direction of the larch sapling in front of me. Is larch, Larch? Is this an actual type of tree? I've never heard of this. Its leaves the newest green. People bustle past us, lost in their Saturday morning chores, no doubt contemplating their own personal dramas. I wonder if they include stalker ex-submissives, stunning ex-dames, and a man with no concept of privacy under U.S. law. Well, at least she knows he's breaking all kinds of privacy stalker laws, but she doesn't seem to care. Killed in a car crash. When? Christian interrupts my reverie. Oh no. Who? I listen more closely. That's twice that bastard's not been forthcoming. He must know. Does he have no feelings for her whatsoever? Christian shakes his head in disgust. This is beginning to make sense. No. Explains why, but not where. Christian glances around us as if searching for something, and I find myself mirroring his actions. Nothing catches my eye. There are just shoppers, the traffic, and the trees. She's here, Christian continues. She's watching us. Yes. No. 2 or 4. 24/7. I haven't broached that yet. Christian looks at me directly. Broached what? I frown and he regards me warily. What? He whispers and pales, his eyes widening. I see. When? That recently. But how? No background checks? If you don't know from hearing no background checks what he's talking about. I see. Email me the name, address, and photos if you have them. 24/7. From this afternoon. Establish a liaison with Taylor. Christian hangs up. Well, I ask exasperated. Is he going to tell me? That was Welch. Who's Welch? My security advisor. Okay, so what happened? Layla left her husband about 3 months ago and ran off with a guy who was killed in a car accident 4 weeks ago. Oh. The asshole shrink should have found that out, he says angrily. Grief is what this is. Hum. He holds out his hand and I automatically place mine in his before I snatch it away again. Wait a minute. We're in the middle of a discussion about us. About her, your Mrs. Robinson. Christian's face hardens. She's not my Mrs. Robinson. We can talk about it at my place. I don't want to go to your place. I want to get my hair cut. I shout. If I can focus on this one thing, so now they're shouting in the middle of the street. He grabs his Blackberry from his pocket again and dials a number. Greta, Christian Gray. I want Franco at my place in an hour. Ask Mrs. Lincoln. Good. He puts his phone away. He's coming at 1. Christian, I sputter exasperated. Okay, so he just did the exact thing she told him not to do. She specifically said, I don't want someone from Mrs. Robinson's salon or any salon where you've ever taken any of your submissives ever. And what does he do? He immediately calls Mrs. Robinson and is like, send somebody to my house. Ugh. Like, there's dumb and then there's whatever that is. Because holy. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it and he doesn't want to get it. Because it's about whatever he wants. Anastasia, Layla's obviously suffering a psychotic break. I don't know if it's you or me she's after, or what lengths she's prepared to go to. We'll go to your place, pick up your things, and you can stay with me until we've tracked her down. Why would I want to do that? So I can keep you safe. But, he glares at me. You're coming back to my apartment if I have to drag you there by your hair. Whoa! Red flag! Big red flag! No, he can't. No, not at all. But big red flag. I'm going to drag you by your hair back to my apartment where I can keep you safe from a from a former sub having a psychotic break that I am not telling you anything about. And the thing I said, if you don't know what he's talking about when he said no background check, that's him being informed that she's bought a gun. Because you can just do that in most states. Oh yeah, massive. Because let's work this through. Let's say he's genuinely concerned about her being in danger, which probably true. He probably does have some genuine concern. However, yes, very caveman. However, what he's doing is he's using this threat as an excuse to put her under more control. He's using this as an excuse to keep her at his place, keep her in the gilded cage, like Belle in the Beast's Tower. Um, that's exactly what it is because he has all the money in the world. He could protect her literally anywhere. She doesn't have to be at his apartment to be safe. He could assign a security detail, to follow her around the clock wherever she is, whether she's at her place or his place or work or the grocery store. That's how private security works. They go with you wherever you go. You don't, move into one place and shelter in place or anything. That's not how it works. I swear I better not be getting sick. This better just be all the rain making me sniffy. Because we have had all the rain. So that makes all the pollen and all the grass and the trees and then the jackhammer stuff. Monday, apparently, they're starting on the other side of the building because they've been at it for, let's see, half of March, April, May, June, July, and now half of August. So five whole months. They've been working on the balconies on my building, and what have they done so far? They've taken all of the railings off, and they have broken away about 80% of the concrete on two sides and replaced it, and that's it. That is it. Two sides of the building, other than removing the railings, have not even been touched yet. Have not had the old concrete removed or new pads put for the balconies, and there are no railings on these sides. They don't even have the railings here yet. Because last time they got the railings for the other building, they were laying on the front lawns for months waiting to be installed. And there's no railings outside yet, so they don't even have them yet. And yes, they were supposed to start the other two sides about 3 weeks ago because we got a notice, and then they didn't because nothing starts on time around here. But I'm beginning to understand why they said this is going to take until Christmas. I don't think they're going to be finished by then at this rate. I don't know. I don't know if they're paid by the hour or if they're just the most incompetent. Because, like I said, they did the building directly across the courtyard from me, so I had a front row seat. I watched them, and they really did start in March, and they were still working on it in late January of this year. They were working on that one until about a month before they started on this one. It's absurd. I still have no idea what's going on with the fire alarms either, the fire alarm situation. because the annual testing, I don't know, they're claiming it happened, but I didn't hear anything. At least not what I should have heard if that's what they were doing. And I know they never came in here like they were supposed to. So, and yes, the warning from the fire department saying that they're getting fined daily past May 15th is still downstairs, still taped to the front door, still illegal to remove it. Snickerdoodle's noticing the post I said about Kevin Sorbo earlier, but I already knew he was a racist idiot. Which sucks. I always hate when actors that I liked in things turn into conservative assholes later in life. Though I get the feeling Kevin Sorbo was always kind of like a racist idiot. You know, I watched, they did video commentaries for some of the Hercules years later. And I watched them, and let's just say, the whole stereotype of guys who look like the guys who play Hercules being dumb sides of beef, he lives up to that. 100%. You know, he also admits to being a pervert behind the scenes. You know, I'm not saying Hercules and Xena weren't watched in large part because of shall we say wardrobe. I'm not saying they didn't have a certain appeal. Just saying there's a line. And if you are working on it and being professional, there are definitely some things you should not admit to doing. I gape at him. This is beyond belief. 50 Shades in glorious Technicolor. That's just a really stupid line. I think you're overreacting. I don't. We can continue our discussion back at my place. Come. I'm sorry. If somebody just flat out said, like, come to me, here's the response you're going to get. And then I'm walking in any other direction. And if you touch me, I'm going to scream very, very, very loudly. And I'm not going to stop until you go away. Because I'm not your fucking dog, bro. And also, can I point out, he hasn't told her about the gun. He hasn't told her that this person has a gun and that she is definitely after him or them or both. I think she might take you a little more seriously if you mention the firearm. I cross my arms and glare at him. This has gone too far. It was always going to go that way. No, I state stubbornly. I have to make a stand. You should have done that so long ago. You can walk or I can carry you. I don't mind either way, Anastasia. You wouldn't dare. I scowl at him. Surely he wouldn't make a scene on 2nd Avenue. He half smiles at me, but the smile doesn't reach his eyes. Oh, baby, we both know that if you throw down the gauntlet, I'll be only too happy to pick it up. He's getting turned on at the idea of physically picking up and carrying against his will her girlfriend captive back to his place. We glare at each other, and abruptly he sweeps down, clasping me around my thighs and lifts me. Before I know it, I'm over his shoulder. Put me down, I scream. Oh, it feels good to scream. Yeah, keep screaming and don't stop and try to kick him in the face while you're at it. He starts striding along 2nd Avenue, ignoring me, clasping his arm firmly around my thighs. He swats my behind with his free hand. I can't. He just did that in public. He just. I cannot. I can't. I help. I. I need help. Bad book. Bad Christian Grey. Somebody arrest him, please. This is in public. I need something more than this. I need something more substantial than this. This is not substantial enough. Because I'm sorry, But he's in public in a really populated city, in a really populated area of downtown, and he has just picked up his screaming girlfriend, literally thrown her over his shoulder, and whacked her on the ass, and is carrying a screaming woman down the street, and nobody is saying shit. Nobody is intervening. Nobody is trying to stop him. Dozens of people are not whipping out their cell phone, and being like, oh, I'm filming world famous billionaire Christian Grey committing sexual assault and kidnapping. Somebody call World Star. Like, this is what would happen. Unzip. Like, there would be a viral video within 10 minutes. And how's that gonna do for your, keeping her safe thing? When there's a video of you throwing her over your shoulder and spanking her on the ass while she screams and you carry her back to your place. That's gonna go over real well. Is this company publicly traded? Because if it is, his shareholders are going to love that, though I'm sure it's not, because that would involve him giving up absolute control, and he's never going to do that. So I'm sure that Gray Holdings Enterprise, whatever it is we do company, is not publicly traded and doesn't have a board of directors. So he can't be ousted from his own company for, kidnapping. Oh, I gotta mark that. That's right, we're keeping tally. Hold on, let me put bookmarks that I don't lose my place. Where's the page where I'm keeping tally? Okay, I don't have kidnapping on here yet. Hey, it's the first time he kidnapped her this book. Okay, kidnapping. 1. I'm also going coercive abuse and beating for smacking her without permission and in not a punishing way. That was purely because he was pissed. Nightwolf, unzip your mouth. We were supposed to test run getting Nightwolf up here, even though StreamYards doesn't like him. But we haven't worked that out yet. Technology hard. Okay. How many pages does this chapter have? Oh, this chapter's long. I didn't check the page count ahead of time. I should have. Fuck me. Fuck. Okay, seriously, the chapters in this one are so effed up. They're so badly, ordered. I can't cut them neatly into the pieces that I usually want to. Because, yeah, this chapter's clocking in at about 30 pages. The next one's 25. God, that's like a third more than I'm used to doing. Okay, we're going to read faster. It's just doing one chapter feels like cheating. It feels lame. Christian, I shout. People are staring. Could this be any more humiliating? I'll walk. He puts me down, and before he's even stood upright, I stomp off in the direction of my apartment, seething, ignoring him. Of course, he's by my side in moments, but I continue to ignore him. Okay, I failed to believe no one took out their cell phone and at least got a picture of this. And 2, yay for putting her down, but also, honey, you knee him in the balls and then you get the fuck away from him. Like, oh my god. What am I going to do? I'm so angry, but I'm not even sure what I'm angry about. There's so much. As I stalk back home, I make a mental list. 1. Over the shoulder carrying. Unacceptable for anyone over the age of 6. 2. Taking me to the salon that he owns with his ex lover. How stupid can he be? Exceptionally so when the plot requires it. 3. The same place he took his submissive, same stupidity at work here. 4. Not even realizing this was a bad idea, and he's supposed to be a bright guy. 5. Having crazy ex girlfriends. Can I blame him for that? I'm so furious. Yes, I can. And also, yes, you can because he definitely is the one that made them crazy in the first place. 6. Knowing my bank account number. That's just too stalkery by half. 7. Buying SIP. He's got more money than sense. 8. Insisting I stay with him. The threat from Layla must be worse than he feared. He didn't mention that yesterday. Well, there's so much that he hasn't told you. You haven't figured this out by now that he tells you, like, the bare minimum that he absolutely has to? And he only adds more information when he gets really, really cornered or really called out on it? Like, seriously, he hasn't been upfront and honest with her about one thing this entire time. Realization dawns. Something's changed. What could that be? I halt and Christian halts with me. What's happened? I demand. He knits his brow. What do you mean? With Layla? I told you. No, you haven't. There's something else. You didn't insist that I go to your place yesterday, so what's happened? He shifts uncomfortably. Christian, tell me. I snap. She's managed to obtain a concealed weapons permit yesterday. Oh shit. I gaze at him, blinking, and feel the blood drain from my face as I absorb this news. I may faint. Suppose she wants to kill him. No! That means she can just buy a gun? I whisper. Anna, he says, his voice full of concern. He places his hands on my shoulders, pulling me close to him. I don't think she'll do anything stupid, but I just don't want to take the risk with you. Not me. What about you? I whisper. He frowns down at me and I wrap my arms around him and hug him hard, my face against his chest. So all's forgiven. She's ragingly infuriated at the really, really abusive, humiliating thing he just publicly did. But all in less than a minute and a half, she's all, oh, come here, you my big strong man, and let me smell your sweater. Ugh. Let's get back, he murmurs, and he reaches down and kisses my hair. And that's it. All my fury is gone, but not forgotten. Okay, that's not how being that pissed off works. I've been that level of pissed off. It takes me days to come down, and I'm still mad at you the entire time, even if I'm being kind of civil. You are not off the hook. Dissipated under the threat of some harm coming to Christian, the thought is unbearable. Why is she thinking the harm is to him? Honest to God, I would be so less concerned about him than myself if I were her, because that makes way more sense that the stalker ex sub is going to want him back. And so she's going to kill the woman standing in her way as she sees it. She's not going to hurt him. He's what she wants. And like the idea that she would be coming after him after he said they'd been apart, what, like 3-4 years? She wouldn't be coming after him after that long. And I'm sorry, but it's bullshit to be like, oh, she managed to get a weapons for. I mean, I'm sure that she could. I'm sure there's nothing that would prevent her. But like, I'm sorry, you don't need a permit to buy a gun for several reasons. There's kind of the whole illegal black market, or a zip gun or a 3D printed gun. Let's just say there are options. Solemnly, I pack a small case. Solemnly, I pack a small case and place my Mac, the Blackberry, my iPad, and the Charlie Tango balloon in my backpack. Okay, one, you're mixing up Mac and Android products. Don't do that. And two, she what? She deflated it with a pen or some shit and folded it up and put it in her bag. Really? She needs to take the Charlie Tango balloon with her. Did you bring the 14,000 in rare first edition books? Because I'd be a lot more concerned about them. Charlie Tango's coming too, Christian asks. I nod and he gives me a small, indulgent smile. Ethan is back Tuesday, I mutter. Ethan? Kate's brother. He's staying here till he finds a place in Seattle. Christian gazes at me blankly, but I notice the frostiness creep into his eyes. Well, it's good that you'll be staying with me. Give him more room, he says quietly. I don't know that he's got keys. I'll need to be back then. Christian says nothing. That's everything. He grabs my case and we head out the door. As we walk around the back of the building to the parking lot, I'm aware that I'm looking over my shoulder. I think I might be. I hope that I am not, but I might be. I've been sneezing all day, and now, as of the last couple of hours, I'm coughing and sniffing, and so yeah, I might be getting sick. And it was like almost borderline cold for like 4 days last week, and now it's been super hot the last 2 days, so it could just be the weather. Yeah. I don't know if it's my paranoia has taken over or if someone's really watching me. Christian opens the passenger door of the Audi and looks at me expectantly. Are you getting in? He asks. I thought I was driving. No, I'll drive. Something wrong with my driving? Don't tell me you know what I scored on my driving test. I wouldn't be surprised with your stalking tendencies. Maybe he knows that I just scraped through the written test. Get in the car, Anastasia. He snaps angrily. This is again where I'm telling him to fuck off. Honestly, I hastily climb in. Chill, will you? Perhaps he has the same uneasy feeling too. Some dark sentinel watching us. Well, a pale brunette with brown eyes who has an uncanny resemblance to yours truly and quite possibly a concealed firearm. I do have one question about the movie portrayal of Layla. Because in the movie, like, the only two times we see her, she looks like borderline homeless and extremely crazy. Like, her clothes are disheveled, her hair's disheveled, she has like little to no makeup on, it's all smeary. She can barely like string words together. It's one of the things people make fun of in the movie, the way she sounds, because they compare her to sounding like Gollum with the broken language and the big eyes. Yet in the book, she is. It says, she was dressed actually quite nicely. She looked perfectly normal at first. But she did speak in full coherent sentences, and it took a few minutes for you to realize, oh, I'm talking to somebody who is not all there right now. I don't know why they had to portray her as just like homeless crazy lady in the movies. Again, the movies made some choices that I don't understand because there were better options. And they were non-faithful options. Like, at least if you're faithful to the book and people hate it, you can always say, hey, I designed it the way it was in the book, I dressed the character the way it was in the book, I'm sorry if that didn't read in the movies the way it should have, but at least I was faithful to the source material. But none of the 50 Shades can say that, and it's like everything that they changed, not that what is in the book is good, but they made it worse. They took bad and made it worse. That's a hell of a feat, especially when you look at some of the names they conned into being in those movies. Still can't believe Danny Elfman is in those. Oh, not that he hasn't been in some questionable productions before. I mean, I know dude's got to work, and I'm sure they pay really well, but Freaking Danny Elfman is better than 50 Cent. So is every actor except for the leads. Every actor in the 50 Shades is way too good to be there, except for the leads, the person playing Kate, the person playing Jose, and the person playing Christian's brother and sister. All those people should never have had careers. And as far as I know, none of them do. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't count Dakota Johnson doing a Madam Web, which is epically fail, like 10 years later as being a career. And what the hell has Jamie Dornan been in? Uh, Christian sets off into traffic. Were all your submissives brunettes? He frowns. Yes. He mutters. He sounds uncertain, and I imagine him thinking, where's she going with this? I just wondered. I told you I prefer brunettes. Mrs. Robinson isn't a brunette. That's probably why, he mutters. She put me off blondes forever. You're kidding, I gasp. Yes, I'm kidding, he replies, exasperated. Didn't he already tell her? No, he didn't. Oh, that's right. In the book, he does. Does he ever actually tell her why in the book? I mean, in the movie, she kind of half figures it out and he half tells her. And I think Mrs. Robinson actually tells her part of it. Or the therapist does. One of the two. But no, in this, he hasn't told her why yet, so she doesn't know. Because, yeah, that's another reason to run screaming. When your boyfriend says, I like to beat you because you remind me of my dead mother and how angry I am at her, and this is how I cope with the world, by literally taking my anger out by beating and sexually abusing women who look like my mother, because that's how I deal with my rage, and my therapist says it's a good way. We've said his therapist is the worst, right? Up there with the therapist in Split. But movie TV therapists are always terrible. That's why Counselor Troy was quite awful at her job and couldn't be bothered to wear a uniform for most of the series, even though she looked way better in that than any of the ridiculous outfits they put her in. And also, for anyone that said 7 of 9 was the first character to get the full body suit, the cat suit as they called it, or skin tight things, hello, I refer you to everything Counselor Troy ever wore. Because that definitely came first. I stare impassively out of the window, spying brunettes everywhere. None of them is Layla, though. So he only likes brunettes. I wonder why. Did Mrs. Extraordinarily Glamorous, in spite of being old Mrs. Robinson, really put him off blondes? I shake my head. Christian mindfuck Grey. Tell me about her. What do you want to know? Christian's brow furrows and his tone of voice tries to warn me off. You know you can Google people, right? She's a successful business owner. There's probably going to be articles about her. Tell me about your business arrangement. He visibly relaxes, happy to talk about work. I'm a silent partner, but I'm not particularly interested in the beauty business. But she built it into a successful venture. I just invested and helped her get started. Why? I owed it to her. Oh? When I dropped out of Harvard, she loaned me 100 grand to start my business. Holy fuck, she's rich too. Well, duh. You dropped out? It wasn't my thing. I did 2 years. Unfortunately, my parents were not so understanding. Yeah, I could see dropping out of Harvard being, a little bit of a difficult parental conversation. Especially when money clearly isn't the issue. It's just that he's an idiot. I frown. Mr. Gray and Dr. Grace Trevelyan disapproving. I can't picture it. Really? You can't picture rich parents being disapproving that their son is dropping out of Harvard? Really? 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 Because I have no problem with this. You don't seem to have done too badly dropping out. What was your major? Politics and economics. Figures. So she's rich? I murmur. She was a bored trophy wife, Anastasia. Her husband was wealthy, big in timber. He gives me a wolfish grin. He wouldn't let her work. You know, he was controlling. Some men are like that. He gives me a quick sideways smile. Really, a controlling man, surely a mythical creature. I don't think I can squeeze any more sarcasm into my response. Christian's grin gets bigger. She lent you her husband's money? He nods, and a small mischievous smile appears on his lips. That's terrible. He's got his own back, Christian says darkly as he pulls into the underground garage at a Scala. And hey, can I just point out, if she was married to him, it's equally her money. She can do what she wants with it. Oh, how? Christian shakes his head as if recalling a particularly sour memory. He parks beside the Audi Quattro SUV. Come, Franco will be here shortly. Okay, again, you tell me to come one more time, I'm gonna take a knife out of my hair and slash the fucking leather seats in your car until you stop doing that. In the elevator, Christian peers down at me. Still mad at me? He asks matter of factly. Very. He nods. Okay, he says, and then stares straight ahead. Taylor is waiting for us when we arrive in the foyer. How does he always know? It's called text messaging. He takes my case. Has Welch been in touch? Christian asks. Yes, sir. And? Everything's arranged. Excellent. How's your daughter? She's fine, thank you, sir. Good. We have a hairdresser arriving at 1. Franco De Luca. Miss Steele? Taylor nods at me. Hi, Taylor. You have a daughter? Yes, ma'am. How old is she? She's 7. Christian gazes at me impatiently. She lives with her mother. Taylor clarifies. Oh, I see. Taylor smiles. This is unexpected. Taylor's a father? I follow Christian into the great room, intrigued by this information. Why do we need to know any of this? Like, if we. Ugh. This is page filler. Are you hungry? I shake my head. Christian gazes at me for a beat and then decides not to argue. I have to make a few calls. Make yourself at home. Okay. Christian disappears into his study, leaving me standing in the huge art gallery he calls home, wondering what to do with myself. Clothes! Picking up my backpack, I wander upstairs to my bedroom and check out the walk in closet. It's still full of clothes, all brand new with the price tag still attached. 3 long evening dresses, 3 cocktail dresses, 3 more for everyday wear. All this must have cost a fortune. I check the tag on one of the evening dresses. $2,998. Holy fuck. I sink to the floor. That's very cheap for an evening gown. Even accounting for this being 10 years ago. That's that is on the given the cost of it, that is not that much for a really designer like evening gown. That's very cheap actually. This isn't me. I put my head in my hands and try to process the last few hours. It's exhausting. Why, oh, why have I fallen for someone who's just plain crazy? Beautiful, sexy as fuck, richer than Crocus, and crazy with a capital K. I fish my Blackberry out of my backpack and call my mom. Aw, you're sweet. Thank you, Nightwolf. Ugh, I know, I'm getting. I like this shape I've gotten the knot into. Not this needs to do no this needs to do the tucking in thing less because it's still. I feel like I want to stuff it to make that's not the right shape and stay that way. This is one of the things that would drive me nuts if I was a guy. See, because this is not in the middle and it's like off center, and then this, yeah. I can spell. Really, I can. Stretching. Okay. Okay. Anna, honey, it's been so long. Wasn't she? She was just with her mom literally like less than a week ago. Like literally, it's been like 4 days probably since she was in Georgia with her mother. How are you, darling? Oh, you know. What's wrong? Still not worked it out with Christian? Mom, it's complicated. I think he's nuts. That's the problem. No, he is nuts. It's just whether you're willing to put up with his degree of crazy. Because money and clothes and supposedly really good sex, though I still call bullshit. Tell me about it. Men. There's just no reading them sometimes. Bob's wondering if our move to Georgia was a good one. What? Yeah, he's talking about going back to Vegas. Oh, so someone else has problems? I'm not the only one? Christian appears in the doorway. There you are. I thought you'd run off. His relief is obvious. Literally, he said, "Make yourself at home." She has a bedroom here, and he. Oh, this. Okay, this is not as bad as Maxim, like running through the halls of his ancestral home, throwing doors open, screaming Alessia's name like a lunatic, but it's close. I hold up my hand to indicate I'm on the phone. Sorry, Mom, I have to go. I'll call again soon. Okay, honey, take care of yourself. Love you. Love you too, Mom. Or you could just tell Christian, I'm on the phone. I'll be with you in a minute. Especially because she's supposed to be mad at him right now. That would make a lot more sense. I hang up and gaze at 50. He frowns, looking strangely awkward. Why are you hiding in here? He asks. I'm not hiding. I'm despairing. Despairing? Of all this, Christian. I wave my hand in the general direction of the clothes. Can I come in? It's your closet. He frowns again and sits down, cross legged, facing me. They're just clothes. If you don't like them, I'll send them back. You're a lot to take on, you know? He scratches his chin, his stubbly chin. My fingers itch to touch him. They're gonna have sex in the closet, aren't they? I know, I'm trying, he murmurs. You're very trying. As are you, Miss Steele. Why are you doing this? His eyes widen and he looks wary, and his wary look returns. You know why. No, I don't. He runs his hand through his hair. You're a frustrating one, female. You are one frustrating female. Because that's what every woman wants to hear, being called female. That's a good thing to do. You could have a nice brunette submissive. One who'd say, how high every time you said jump. Provided, of course, she had permission to speak. So why me, Christian? I don't get it. And that sums up the entire series right there. Why her? I don't get it. Yep. Yep. That's the entire goddamn series. Because that question is never answered. Whatever he's about to say is bullshit. That question is never properly answered. Why her? And all I can do is point to what I have said in the past, that he has crossed from sociopath to psychopath, and having a willing submissive doesn't get it up anymore. He needs an unwilling submissive because he needs a higher level of control, and being willingly given control over somebody else who is allowing it is not enough anymore. It's like winning a fight against somebody who's not fighting back. There's no satisfaction. gazes at me for a moment, and I have no idea what he's thinking. You make me look at the world differently, Anastasia. You don't want me for my money. You give me hope, he says softly. What? Mr. Cryptic is back. Hope for what? He shrugs. More. His voice is low and quiet. And you're right. I'm used to women doing exactly what I say, when I say, doing exactly what I want. And it gets old quickly. Uh huh. I'm so right about him. There's something about you, Anastasia, which calls to me on some deep level I don't understand. It's a siren's call. I can't resist you, and I don't want to lose you. He reaches forward and takes my hand. Don't run. Please. Have a little faith in me and a little patience, please. He is gaslighting her so fucking hard right now. Because anytime he's acting vulnerable or saying, please don't leave me, baby, it's gaslighting. It's emotional manipulation. That's all that this is. He's worried that the stalker and her being kept confined to this apartment are going to be too much because he already tried that and she already revolted once and left him once. He doesn't want to risk it again, so he's pretending to be vulnerable. I don't buy it for a second. Is he afraid of her leaving? Yes. Does that have anything to do with caring about her or wanting her to be safe? No. He looks so vulnerable. It's disturbing. Leaning up on my knees, I bend forward and kiss him gently on the lips, and see, it works. Because now she feels sorry for him because he's just a wounded, hurt puppy and she needs to kiss it and make it better. No, he's a psycho stalker idiot. You need to get the hell out of there. Okay, faith and patience. I can live with that. Good, because Franco is here. See, that was just a wind up to get her to do what he wants. Franco is small, dark, and gay. I love him. He's literally small, dark, and gay. When is it ever acceptable to describe someone as dark in this context? Because I'm sorry, but she doesn't mean that he's a goth. Nobody missed, like, all the editors, they all missed the, like, casual kind of racism. Really? Really? Because that's pretty bad. It's kind of in your face. I'm going to pour another shot. I also remind everyone the handcuffs are still available at $25, or you can buy me a shot for $10. Entirely up to you. Link above. That makes one time that I plugged that. I said I would do it 3 times. I'm never going to remember 3 times. That's my one plug. Okay, link to the survival fund is above. If you would like to see me in handcuffs or pour me an extra drink, you may do so. Also, if you have a suggestion, for some reason, I plan to have a $50 tier. It will never happen and never be needed. But I don't like having 2 things and not 3 because I'm weird with numbers. So I feel like I should have a thing that I will do for 50 in case I ever actually, like, miraculously hit that, like, 10 years from now or something. But I don't have a thing. I can't think of a thing. So if you are out there and you can think of a thing that I should be forced to do at a collective $50 being raised in any stream, if 10 is a shot, 25 is putting on handcuffs till the end of the current chapter, provided it's not like only 2 pages left, or else I'll wear them longer because that's, like, not fair. But yeah, something in the lines, or with what I got, I was thinking of doing like 50 hits with the spike whip, but that would take a while, and plus the camera can't really, I can't, like, thing is, if I turn around and I'm doing it like on my back so like people can actually see it, I can't tell, obviously, because I'm facing backwards, where the camera actually is. I would have to know where my camera placement is, like, really well, to make sure that I kept my back, like, within the camera's view. I could test run it. I could test run it and do some testing videos. I could, like, yeah, I mean, I could just record and, like, try to figure out where to stand or stuff, but also it's angled so that when I'm sitting down I can be seen. Like, standing up is different. So, but I could try it out. Ugh. Maybe we'll put up a vote. If I can come up with a couple more things, or people in the chat or in the comments, if you come up with anything, maybe we'll take a vote. But yeah, if you have any ideas, let me know. Such beautiful hair, he gushes with an outrageous, possibly fake Italian accent. I bet he's from Baltimore or somewhere, but his enthusiasm is infectious. Christian leads us both into his bathroom, exits hurriedly, and re enters carrying a chair from his room. I'll leave you two at it, he murmurs. Grazie, Mr. Gray. Franco turns to me. Bene, Anastasia, what shall we do with you? Okay, like, yeah, this is why, and I bet you anything. Here's the subtext. This is why Christian insisted that Franco be the one to cut her hair because he is gay AF, flamboyantly so. And so that's why Christian isn't worried about this man being alone with his woman or touching her hair because he's gay and therefore not competition. That's entirely why. Christian's sitting on his couch plowing through what looks like spreadsheets. Soft, mellow, classical music drifts through the great room. A woman sings passionately, pouring her soul into the song. It's breathtaking. Christian glances up and smiles, distracting me from the music. See? I tell you he like it. Franco enthuses. You look lovely, Anna, Christian says appreciatively. My work here is done, Franco exclaims. Christian rises and strolls towards us. Thank you, Franco. Franco turns and grasps me in an overwhelming bear hug and kisses both my cheeks. Never let anyone else be cutting your hair. Bellissima, Anna. I laugh, embarrassed by his familiarity. Christian shows him to the foyer door and returns moments later. You know, in the movie, they really should have taken her hair from being long to being shorter, like in Rosemary's Baby. You could have even made a joke about Vidal Sassoon or something. Like, that would have been funny. Also, in the movie, they never actually change her hair. Like, I don't get why we would cut this out because it would actually be a symbolic, like, appropriate thing to show that she's changing to, you know, be more in his world and accepting his control more as she ultimately does. I'm glad you kept it long, he says as he walks towards me, his eyes bright. He takes a strand between his fingers. So soft, he murmurs, gazing down at me. Are you still mad at me? I nod and he smiles. What precisely are you mad about? I roll my eyes. You want the list? There's a list. A long one. Can we discuss it in bed? Yeah, you already know. As soon as he touched the hair, you know where this is going. No. I pouted him, childish. Over lunch, then. I'm hungry, and not just for food. He gives me a salacious smile. I'm not going to let you dazzle me with your sexpertise. He stifles a he stifles a smile. What is bothering you specifically, Miss Steele? Spit it out. Okay. What's bothering me? Well, there's your gross invasion of my privacy. The fact that you took me someplace where your ex mistress works and you take all your lovers there to have their bits waxed. You manhandled me in the street like I was 6 years old. And to cap it all, you let your Mrs. Robinson touch you. My voice has risen to a crescendo. He raises his eyebrows, then his good humor vanishes. That's quite a list. But just to clarify once more, she's not my Mrs. Robinson. She can touch you. I repeat. He purses his lips. She knows where. What does that mean? He runs both hands through his hair and he closes his eyes briefly as if seeking divine guidance of some kind. He swallows. I'm trying so hard not to make sex jokes, but she's not making it easy. This is deliberate. You and I don't have any rules, and I've never had a relationship without rules, and I never know where you're going to touch me. It makes me nervous. You're touched completely. He stops, searching for words. It just means more. So much more. More? His answer's completely unexpected, throwing me. And then there's that little word with big meaning hanging between us again. My touch means more. How am I supposed to resist when he says this stuff? By realizing that it's crap! This is not sexy. One, he didn't address any of the actual problems. And two, he's doing the, oh, you're so different from all the other girls. I just don't know how to act around you, blah, blah, blah. Like, for somebody who's supposed to be such a grown up, he acts like a toddler so much of the time. Tentatively, I reach out and my apprehension shifts to alarm. Christian steps back and I drop my hand. Hard limit, he whispers, a pained, panicked look on his face. I can't help but feel a crushing disappointment. How would you feel if you couldn't touch me? Devastated and deprived, he says immediately. Oh my 50 shades. Shaking my head, I offer him a small, reassuring smile and he relaxes. You'll have to tell me exactly why this is a hard limit one day. Please. One day, he murmurs and seems to snap out of his vulnerability in a nanosecond. How can he switch so quickly? He's the most capricious person I know. So the rest of your list. Invading your privacy? His mouth twists as he contemplates this. Because I know your bank account number? Yes, that's outrageous. I do background. Excuse me. Excuse me. I do background checks on all my submissives. I'll show you. He turns and heads for the study. This to steal from Animaniacs. Time for another good idea, bad idea. Good idea. Doing background checks on somebody you intend to form that kind of relationship with. Bad idea. Telling someone who will not allow you to have that kind of relationship that you still did it to her anyway. Oh, that totally took most of my lipstick off, didn't it? Minor coughing fit. Death better. There we go. And yes, I would love a cup of hot tea, but uh, been out of tea since I think like May. Just not in the budget right now. Uh, oh yes, showing your new intended hottie, your stalker files that you've kept on many women, because this is so what to do when she's already mad at you. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna get like one of those really large like barbecue scratchy brushes and just jam it down my throat and clear things out. I know that's a bad idea, but I really, really want to. I dutifully follow him, dazed. From a locked filing cabinet, he pulls a manila folder. Typed on the tab, Anastasia. Excuse me. What is with the. Anastasia Rose Steele. Because we couldn't have just given her a middle name like Gertrude or something, you know. No. It has to be another porn name. Holy fucking shit. I glare at him. He shrugs apologetically. You can keep it, he says quietly, because he has copies. Well, gee, thanks, I snap. I flick through the contents. He has a copy of my birth certificate, for heaven's sake. My hard limits. The non-disclosure agreement, the contract. Geez, my social security number, resume, employment records. So you knew I worked at Clayton's. Yes. It wasn't a coincidence. You didn't just drop by. No. Okay, honey, if you still think for a second that high-flying, world-traveling, ultra-stalker, billionaire ass clown showed up to the mom and pop hardware store where you fucking work in small town fucking nowhere randomly in a place he doesn't even live. God, are you stupid? I'm sorry, but this is my point. She's too stupid to fucking exist because everybody else on planet fucking Earth knew that obviously he figured out where she worked and that's why he showed up there. Duh. And she's had literally a book and a half since then. She had 600 pages of him being a creepy stalker. And what, it just never occurred to her that no, he didn't just randomly show up at the fucking hardware store that nobody's ever heard of. Also, I would take that file and be calling the fucking cops. He's got her social security number and a copy of her birth certificate. Tell me how that's legal. In any sense, and I don't care how good his connections are, that shit's fucking hard to get. I don't know whether to be angry or flattered. See, this is what's wrong with her. That part of her could find this flattering. That's her damage. This is fucked up. You know that? I don't see it that way. What I do, I have to be careful. But this is private. I don't misuse the information. Yes, you do! Yes, you fucking do, you creepy asshole. Yes, you do misuse the information because you use it to stalk and break down your victims! I'm officially referring to them as his victims from now on. Body pain. Anyone can get a hold of it if they have half a mind to, Anastasia. To have control, I need information. That's how I've always operated. So, I'm sorry, but not anyone who wants to can get a hold of my social security number or a copy of my birth certificate. Do you know what I had to go through to get a copy of my birth certificate? Because I was in the middle of legally changing my name and then COVID hit and I lost half the paperwork and I literally, I finally had all the goddamn paperwork. The long form birth certificate was the last thing I needed. It came like a month into the pandemic and I couldn't send it all in and file it because everything was closed. And now I have to start all over. And I had the embossed super long copy of my birth certificate and I can't find it. And it has to be in this house somewhere, but I can't find it anywhere. And that costs like $170 fucking dollars. Don't ask me why, because I think it's dumb. That's why I haven't ordered a new one, because, well, I don't have the money, but also like when you lose your keys for like 4 days and then you get new keys and then you immediately find your keys. It's that, because I put it somewhere safe. I know I would have put it somewhere very safe. I just don't remember where that is, but I'll find it. I have to redo the police check, but other than that, I think I have all my shit together. So as soon as I have the money to finish it, I should be able to actually legally change my name, because I swear to God, if it is literally the last thing I do on planet Earth, I'm not being buried with the name I was born into. Which probably means I should make a will of some kind, because when I die, my family's definitely going to try to overrule anything I have put in place. I mean, God, like 4 years after my mother died, we had a huge blowout across 3 cities in 5 days, and like so much goddamn screaming on where her ashes would be interred, which wasn't even going to be a thing, because she deliberately, the one thing she always said to me was, don't spend money on her after she's dead. And I've been wondering why I've been thinking about her recently, and I realized because 3 days from now is the anniversary of her death, and not only the anniversary of my mother's death, but 20 years. She died in 04, August 20th. Some years it bothers me, some years I don't even notice. This year, I've been trying not to notice, but it's been pricking at my head for weeks. Probably because it's 20 years. Though why that matters. Why the fact that she'll have been dead for 20 years instead of 19 or 9 or 5, I don't know. It's one of those social construct things I don't get the point of. That's why I don't get the point of most holidays. Especially the fake ones we wait up just to have a holiday in every month. Those are bullshit, and anyone who wants to laugh at us, please do. We fully deserve it on that. Though we're not as bad as France. It's how I've always operated. He gazes at me, his expression guarded and unreadable. You do misuse the information. You deposited $24,000 I didn't want into my account. His mouth presses in a hard line. I told you. That's what Taylor managed to get for your car. Unbelievable, I know, but there you go. Okay, did he just admit that he's lying about the amount of money Taylor got for her car? Because seriously, again, her car was 10 years old, it was in poor condition, and it's a VW Beetle. Even when they were brand new and she bought it 10 years ago, it wasn't worth $24,000. So how did he manage to sell it for more than the cost of a brand new one? Yeah, bullshit. Bull fucking shit. But the Audi, Anastasia, do you have any idea how much money I make? I flush. Why should I? I don't need to know the bottom line of your bank account, Christian. His eyes soften. I know. That's one of the things I love about you. I gaze at him, shocked. Love about me? Anastasia, I earn roughly $100,000 an hour. My mouth drops open. That's an obscene amount of money. $24,000 is nothing. The car, the test books, the clothes, they're nothing. His voice is soft. I gaze at him. He really has no idea. Extraordinary. If you were me, how would you feel about all this largesse coming your way? I ask. He stares at me blankly, and there it is. His problem in a nutshell. Empathy. Or the lack thereof. The silence stretches between us. What, it's news to you that he's that he has like the emotional skills of Jack the Ripper. Like, you know that scene in Dexter? Spoilers for Dexter if anyone cares. You know that scene in Dexter where Harry finds the two kids in the blood filled container and realizes one of them is already dead and the other one he thinks he can save even though it's already dead, and both kids are like emotionally barren for the rest of their lives. They saw something horrible before they could even remember. That's Christian Grey. That's people like me. I know what it is. Didn't grow up to be this though. Could have. Many times considered a career as a serial killer. But it just doesn't pay that well. Unless you're hired, but then you got to deal with bosses and aw, Night Wolf's abandoning me. I'm gonna be sad now. My Wolfie. Ugh. Oh, I also need an army of ducks. Sathael, you are here all this time and you've not sent me any ducks, dude? Like, I know your dragons keep you busy and they're very demanding, but I need my ducks. And yes, I am working on making there be ducks soon. Probably in about 2 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks. Hopefully. If all goes according to plan. But until then, all of the duck emojis are needed in every chat, ever. Birds in general are acceptable, but specifically ducks. Finally, he shrugs. I don't know, he says, and he looks genuinely bemused. My heart swells. This is it. The crux of his 50 Shades, surely. He can't put himself in my shoes. Well, now I know. That is not at all his problem, and I bet this never is brought up ever, 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 ever again, because quite frankly, he's too fucking old to learn empathy now. Okay? And also, like I said, he learned to fake. He learned to mimic and fake appropriate emotion, so he intellectually knows, occasionally, what is the appropriate emotional response, and he can fake it when he remembers to, but most of the time, he either doesn't remember to or just doesn't give a fuck, and it's mostly that he doesn't give a fuck. Again, I am that person. I am the person that will tell someone to fuck off at a funeral if you piss me off. Am I the best person? No. Am I a good person most of the time? I try to be. According to my family, I'm Satan. That's because I don't put up with their shit. And they've never tried to understand me. So that's how it goes. So to some degree, I understand what she is saying about him being a certain way, but that excuses absolutely nothing that he's doing. Don't think just because I don't understand a person who is like this that I agree with how he acts, because I don't. And God knows if I had that kind of money, I would not be wasting my time with the bullshit he pretends entertains him. It doesn't feel great. I mean, you're very generous, but it makes me uncomfortable. I've told you this enough times. He sighs. I want to give you the world, Anastasia. I just want you, Christian, not all the add ons. They're part of the deal, part of what I am. Oh, this is going nowhere. Yeah, again, because they're back at the classical problem that I've said from the beginning. They fundamentally want different things. Neither one is going to give on their position. These are two incompatible people who should not be together. Shall we eat? I ask. This tension between us is draining. He frowns. Sure. I'll cook. Good. Otherwise, there's food in the fridge. Mrs. Jones is off on weekends. So you eat cold cuts most weekends? No. Oh. He sighs. My submissives cook, Anastasia. Oh, of course. I flush. How could I be so stupid? I smile sweetly at him. What would Sir like to eat? Whatever Madame can find, he says darkly. I call bullshit. I think this was an ad. This had to be an add-in because A, he has a staff. So, like, Mrs. Jones can just, like, put a pot roast in a pan with some veggies and right like put in oven, turn oven to 350, set timer to 60 minutes, eat. I think even Christian Grey with his kitchen incompetence can follow that. And two, there was nothing in the contract about cooking, and I guarantee you it would have been in there if any of his subs had done it because they're not allowed to do anything that's not in the fucking contract. And he would have specified like must wear classic French made apron and nothing else while cooking. You know that would have been in there. Inspecting the impressive contents of the fridge, I decide on a Spanish omelet. There's even cold potatoes. Perfect. It's quick and easy. Christian is still in his study, no doubt invading some poor unsuspecting fool's privacy and compiling information. The thought is unpleasant and leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. My mind is reeling. He really knows no bounds. I need music if I'm going to cook. And I'm going to cook non submissively. What the fuck? Like, I'm sorry, shut up! I wander over to the iPod dock beside the fireplace and pick up Christian's iPod. I bet there are more of Layla's choices on here. I dread the very idea. Where is she, I wonder? What does she want? I shudder. What a legacy. I can't wrap my head around it. I scroll through the extensive list. I want something upbeat. Beyonce doesn't sound like Christian's taste. Crazy in Love. Oh, yes. How apt. Fuck! That's actually in the book! That's actually in the book! And then Beyonce actually did it for the movie. Fuck. That's where the entire budget for the third fucking movie went, I bet. Is it the third one that Crazy in Love is in, or the first one? I can't remember because they were desperate to get people to the third one because the ratings had dropped off. So I think it was the third one. Because that's where they're the wedding one, so it's a big finale. So I think Crazy in Love was in the third one, but fucking A. Like, no wonder she had no fear of writing artists into the Mister series if she actually got, well, people got Beyonce to do it for, no doubt the couple hundred million she got paid to be associated with it. But Jesus. How apt. I hit the repeat button and put it on loud. I sashay back into the kitchen and find a bowl, open the fridge, and take out eggs. I crack them open and begin to whisk, dancing the whole time. Raiding the fridge once more, I gather potatoes, ham, and yes, peas from the freezer. All these will do. Finding a pan, I place it on the stove and put in a little olive oil and go back to whisking. No empathy, I muse. Is this unique to Christian? Maybe all men are like this, baffled by women. I can confirm all men are baffled by women, but not all men have zero empathy. I just don't know. Perhaps it's not such a revelation. I wish Kate were home. She would know. She's been in Barbados far too long. Yeah, hasn't she been there like a month? She should be back at the end of the week after her additional vacation with Elliot. I wonder if it's still full lust at first sight for them. One of the things I love about you. I stop whisking. He said it. Does he mean the other things? I smile for the first time since seeing Mrs. Robinson. A genuine, heartfelt, face splitting smile. Christian slips his arms around me, making me jump. Interesting choice of music, he purrs and kisses me below my ear. Your hair smells good. He nuzzles my hair and inhales deeply. Desire uncurls in my belly. No. I shrug out of his embrace. I'm still mad at you. He frowns. How long are you going to keep this up? He asks, dragging a hand through his hair. I shrug. At least until I've eaten. Dude, she's been mad at you for what, an hour? Given what you did, you're working this off until Thanksgiving. Like, really, he just doesn't, he has no concept. Like, he's got that, it's the little kid thing, is what it is. Because, like, oh my god. Holy sweat stains. Holy, okay, it is hot in here. It is like 34 degrees inside right now, but jeez, I'm definitely getting sick. Oh yeah. Alright, changing shoes so my hips will stop screaming at me. Why is my volume so low? Doggy did it! Oh, he was up here right before I started cuddling. He's been really cuddly lately. Oh, somebody. I heard ears being shaken. It might have been a cat on a box. He's rediscovered the sink after like a 2 week absence. But that's probably because it was very, very, very hot. Even the sink wasn't good enough. Always try to avoid coughing with a mouthful of vodka. I've done it. It's not pretty. Uh, uh, his lips twitch with amusement. Turning, he picks up the remote control from the counter and switches off the music. Did you put that on your iPod? I ask. He shakes his head, his expression somber, and I know it was her. Ghost girl. Don't you think she's trying to tell you something back then? Well, with hindsight, probably, he says quietly. QED. No empathy. My subconscious crosses her arms and smacks her lips in disgust. Why is it still on there? I quite like the song, but if it offends you, I'll remove it. No, it's fine. I like to cook to music. What would you like to hear? Surprise me. Or you could put back on the song that she was listening to. And again, him not like cluing in about the song, that's not empathy, that's just idiot. Uh, I watch him, enthralled as slowly like the predator he is, he stalks me in time to the slow, sultry beat of the music. He's barefoot, wearing just an untucked white shirt, jeans, and a smoldering look. Nana sings You're Mine as Christian reaches me, his intention clear. Okay, so they didn't have sex in the closet, but they're definitely about to fuck on the kitchen floor. Christian, please, I whisper, the whisk redundant in my hand. Please what? Don't do this. Do what? This. He's standing in front of me, gazing down. Are you sure? He breathes, and reaching over, he takes the whisk from my hand and places it back in the bowl with the eggs. My heart is in my mouth. I don't want this. I do want this. Badly. Way to show that she's so, like, in charge of her own self and she knows what she wants and, is an independent, consenting adult and not a confused, child. My feelings for you haven't changed, I whisper. His proximity is overwhelming, exhilarating. The familiar pull is there. All my synapses goading me towards him. My inner goddess is at her most libidinous, staring at the patch of hair in the V of his shirt. I bite my lip, helpless, driven by desire. I want to taste him there. That sounds so gross. He's so close, but he doesn't touch me. His heat is still warming my skin, which is now making me think of that scene from AI, but I'm not going to touch you until you say yes, he says softly. But right now, after a really shitty morning, I want to bury myself in you and forget everything but us. Oh my, us. A magical combination. A small, potent pronoun that clinches the deal. And I raise my head to stare at his beautiful yet serious face. I'm going to touch your face, I breathe. And he surprises and to his surprise reflected briefly in his eh, and see surprise reflected briefly in his eyes before his acceptance registers. I am losing touch with words. Lifting my hand, I caress his cheek and run my fingertips across his stubble. He closes his eyes and exhales, leaning his face into my touch. He leans down slowly and my lips automatically lift to meet his. He hovers over me. Yes or no, Anastasia? He whispers. Yes. Doesn't this sound a lot like I'm not going to touch you until I have your written consent, and then he almost fucked her in the elevator? His mouth softly closes on mine, coaxing, coercing my lips apart, and his arms enfold me, pulling me to him. His hand moves up my back, fingers trailing in the hair at the back of my head, and tugging gently while the other hand flattens on my behind, forcing me against him. I moan softly. Mr. Gray? Taylor coughs and Christian releases me immediately. Taylor, he says, his voice frigid. I whirl around, unable to see I whirl around to see an uncomfortable Taylor standing on the threshold of the great room. Christian and Taylor stare at each other, some unspoken communication passing between them. How about, like, it's definitely telling Taylor, like, dude, your number one order is to never cock block me. My study, Christian snaps, and Taylor walks briskly across the room. Rain check, Christian whispers to me before following Taylor out of the room. I take a deep, steadying breath. Can I not resist him for 1 minute? Apparently not. Apparently your legs only know how to do one thing, and it ain't walking. I wonder what Taylor has had to interrupt him. I wonder what Taylor has had to interrupt in the past. What's he seen? I don't want to think about that. Lunch. I'll make lunch. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's just do that. My hair. My freaky throat. Yeah. I busy myself slicing potatoes. What does Taylor want? My mind races. Is this about Layla? 10 minutes later, they emerge just as the omelet is ready. And Christian looks preoccupied as he glances at me. I'll brief them in 10, he says to Taylor. We'll be ready. Taylor answers and leaves the great room. I produce 2 warmed plates and place them on the kitchen island. Lunch? Please, Christian says as he perches on one of the bar stools, now watching me carefully. Problem? No. I scowl. He's not telling me. I dish out the lunch and sit down beside him, resigned to staying in the dark. Why? Why are you resigned to staying in the dark? How about saying, hey, this lunatic is after me as much as you for all we know, so I get to know 100% of everything the second that you know it, or else I'm fucking leaving and I'm checking into a hotel under a name you will never figure out. 5 states away. That's not far enough, but it's a start. Would you like a glass of wine? No, thank you. I need to keep a clear head around you, Gray. It does taste good, even though I'm not that hungry. But I eat, knowing Christian will nag if I don't. Yeah, see how much she's already, like, given in to his controlling bullshit, that she doesn't even argue with him on certain things anymore because she knows that he is going to turn into a stubborn, impetulant little toddler, and that she's not going to win, and that he's going to do whatever the hell he wants anyway, or just be an insufferable, annoying asshole until she gives in and does what he wants anyway. Like, that is my point of how moldable lump of clay she is, that they've known each other at best 3 to 4 weeks at this point, and she has already stopped fighting him on certain controlling behaviors of his that are out of line, because she's just started accepting that that is who he is, and if she's going to be around him, she's going to have to put up with that kind of controlling behavior. Like, this is the worst thing you can do when in this kind of relationship, is accept it. Uh, Eventually, Christian disrupts our brooding silence and switches on a classical piece I'd heard earlier. What's this? Cantaloupe, Songs of the Aubergine. It's called Bellerio. I'm pronouncing none of this correctly, by the way. Oh, it's lovely. What language is it? It's an old French. Os, Ox, eh, Octian? In fact, I don't know this word. Occitan. I have no idea what that is. Yes, I'm French Canadian. I don't speak French. Um, so, and this is they're not talking about Quebecois French. They're talking about like old Parisian French, which we don't speak here. Anyone who tells you that Quebecois and Parisian French are the same is an idiot. They're not. You speak French? Do you understand it? Memories of the flawless French he'd spoke at his parents' dinner come to mind. Some words, yes. Christian smiles, visibly relaxing. My mother had a mantra: musical instruments, foreign language, martial arts. Elliot speaks Spanish, Mia and I speak French. Elliot plays guitar, I play piano, Mia the cello. Wow, and the martial arts? Elliot does judo. Mia put her foot down at age 12 and refused. He smiles at the memory. I wish I had a mother who had been that organized. Dr. Grace is formidable when it comes to the accomplishments of her children. She must be very proud of you. I would be. Notice how he didn't say if he ever took any martial arts? Like, okay, why the other two and not him? And he speaks a language and plays an instrument, so what martial art does he know? As far as I know, the answer is none. A dark thought flashes across Christian's face, and he looks momentarily uncomfortable. He regards me warily as if he's in uncharted territory. Have you decided what you'll wear this evening? Or do I need to come and pick something for you? Excuse me. His tone is suddenly brusque. Whoa, he sounds angry. Why? What have I said? Not yet. Did you choose all those clothes? No, Anastasia, I didn't. I gave a list in your size to a personal shopper in Neiman Marcus. They should fit. Just so that you know, I have ordered additional security for this evening and the next few days. With Layla unpredictable and unaccounted for somewhere on the streets of Seattle, I think it's a wise precaution. I don't want you going out unaccompanied, okay? Okay, again, why is he suddenly angry? And if she's going to have round the clock security, again, she doesn't need to be staying at his place. He's using this as an excuse. I blink at him. Okay. What happened to I must have you now, Gray? Well, yeah, obviously something has made things go from yeah to they're here. Yes? Where? Collecting his plate, Christian places it in the sink and disappears from the room. What the hell was that about? He's like several different people in one body. If it actually turned out that he had multiple personalities and that's how he compartmentalized and that's why his mood is so quicksilver some of the time, that would that would make way more sense. But also, her being this close 24/7, he wouldn't have been able to hide it this well from her. I mean, hell, being multiple recently cost me a good friend who won't let me explain and is still acting like a jerk as far as I'm concerned. Yes, I'm in the place where they're a jerk now. But hell, if they're that superficial and stupid that, they don't even want to fucking let somebody explain after being very good friends for like a month, yeah, you can go to hell. I will miss the hanging out and all the gaming potential that is thrown in the garbage for reasons of stupid. If somebody's really going to be that fucking judgmental, do I really need them in my life? If they're going to be that ignorant, do I really want them around? Answer no. I clear my plate, quickly wash up, and head back up to my bedroom carrying the Anastasia Rose Steele dossier. Back in the walk-in closet, I pull out the 3 long evening dresses. Now, which one? Laying down on the bed, I gaze at my Mac, my iPad, and my Blackberry. I'm overwhelmed with technology. Really? Really? Because in that day and age, I set about transferring Christian's playlist from my iPad to the Mac and fire up Google to surf the net. When was the last time anybody said surf the net? I'm laying across the bed looking at my Mac as Christian enters. What are you doing? He inquires softly. I panic briefly, wondering if I should let him see the website I'm on. Multiple personality disorder, the symptom. At least I'm not the only one who had this thought. He does not have multiple personalities. For the one person out there who's gonna fucking say it, he does not. I mean, he meets some of the criteria, but he also shows none of the signs. Not really, no. Stretching out beside me, he eyes the webpage with amusement. On this site for a reason, he asks nonchalantly. Brusque Christian has gone. Playful Christian is back. How the hell am I supposed to keep up with this? Research into a difficult personality. I give him a most deadpan look. If anything, I'd say he has like oppositional defiance disorder. His lips twitch in a suppressed smile. A difficult personality? My own pet project. I'm a pet project now? A sideline? Science experiment, maybe? When I thought I was everything, Miss Steele, you wound me. How do you know it's you? Wild guess. It's true you are the only fucked up mercurial control freak that I know intimately. I thought it was the only person you know intimately. He arches a brow. I flush. Yes, that too. Have you reached any conclusions yet? I turn and gaze at him. He's on his side, stretched out beside me, with his head resting on his elbow, his expression soft, amused. I think you're in need of intense therapy. I think even the therapist from Split could tell you that and then tell you to hire somebody way better than her. He reaches up and gently tucks my hair behind my ears. I think I'm in need of you. Here. He hands me a tube of lipstick. I frown at him, perplexed. It's harlot red, not my color at all. There definitely is an actual shade called harlot red somewhere out there. There 100% has to be. You want me to wear this? I squeak. He laughs. No, Anastasia, not unless you want to. Not sure it's your color, he finishes dryly. He sits up on the bed, cross-legged, and drags his shirt off over his head. Oh my. I like your roadmap idea. I stare at him blankly. Roadmap? The no-go areas, he says by way of explanation. Oh, I was only kidding. I'm not. I want you to draw on me. With lipstick. It washes off, eventually. This means I could touch him freely. A small smile of wonder plays on my lips. Also, they stole this scene from Nip Tuck. What about something more permanent? Like a Sharpie? I could get a tattoo. His eyes are alight with humor. Christian Grey with a tat. Marring his lovely body when it's marked in so many ways already? Oh no. No to the tattoo. I laugh to hide my horror. Lipstick then, he grins. Shutting the Mac, I push it to the side. This could be fun. Come. He holds his hands out to me. Sit on me. There's a line I could make so much hay of, but I need to excuse myself for 2 seconds, so we'll be taking a break. It's been 2 hours. I need to take a tiny little break and probably some antihistamines. So I'll be right back. Everybody, please amuse yourselves. Please be nice in the chat, and please flood the chat with all of the ducks. Because I need all of the ducks in the chat when I return. I will be back in 2 shakes of a ducky tail. Quack, quack, quack. Be right back. Not one duck? Really? I'm duckless? Ew. Still got my cuffs handy. We got like 2 more pages of this chapter, so if anybody wants handcuffs, now is a really good time to go for that because you'll get the last couple pages of this chapter and the entire next chapter. All for the low, low price of $25. Ugh. You always remember those commercials? They're like, for only 4 easy payments of like $39.95, you can have this vacuum that's exactly like every other vacuum on the planet and 3 times the price. But people don't notice that because we break it up into smaller payments so they don't realize they're getting ripped off for a crappy product that's on late night TV. See, I'm so much better than that. Plus I have spectacular tits. Can I just say? There we go. I frown at him. Red's not my lipstick. Blah blah. Tattoo. Come, sit on me. I push the flats off my. I push my flats off my feet, scramble into a sitting position, and crawl over to him. He lays down on the bed but keeps his knees flexed. Lean against my legs. I clamber over him. Ah, thank you for Snickety. She just posted a good gif in my Discord of ducks. You seem enthusiastic for this, he comments wryly. I'm always eager for information, Mr. Gray, and it means you'll relax, because I know where the boundaries lie. He shakes his head as if he can't quite believe that he's about to let me draw all over his body. Open the lipstick, he orders. Oh, he's in uber bossy mode, but I don't care. Give me your hand. Also, how much better is this scene if he actually lays down in bed while they do it instead of being what I think they were still in the closet in the movie? Again, why change shit when you don't have to? Aw, snickerdoodles! It's so good to see you and all of your ducks. Quack 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 quack. There's one quack for each duck. Thank you for all of the ducks. They are amazing and they are awesome. And everyone else who is supporting the duck movement, thank you so much. As I said, Amazon and a couple of dollars permitting, there will be ducks very soon. I have plans for ducks. And don't take me lightly. I have plans. I was raised a crafty person. I can make anything out of anything. So there's going to be ducks. And it's all Mark's fault. So anyone who would like to at Mark and tell him the ducks are all his fault, please do. Blueberry watermelon. When you get home, Snickerdoodles, love on the puppy for me. She needs full body cuddles, belly rubs, and snuggles and ear scratches and being told she's the best thing in the history of ever. I mean, not that she doesn't know this, but it's good to have it confirmed sometimes. I give him my hand with the lipstick, and suddenly he sits up, so we're nose to nose. Ready? He asks in a low, soft murmur that makes everything tighten and tense inside me. Oh, wow. Yes, I whisper. His proximity is alluring, his toned flesh close, his Christian smell mixed up with my body wash. Why does he smell like her body wash? And seriously, what is this scent that he apparently has? I maintain it's oxytocin and he's dosing her. Like Jerry in Boston Legal. I love Jerry, but that they made him creepy there and they shouldn't have done it. Press down, he breathes. My mouth opens and goes dry as he directs my hand down, from the top of his shoulders, around his arm socket, and then down the side of his chest. The lipstick leaves a broad, vivid red streak in his wake. He stops at the bottom of his rib cage, then directs me across his stomach. He tenses and stares, seemingly impassive, into my eyes, but beneath his careful, blank look I see his restraint. His aversion is held in strict check. The line of his jaw is strained, and there's tension around his eyes. Midway across his stomach, he murmurs, and up the other side. He releases my hand. I mirror the line I've drawn on the left side. The trust he's giving me is heady, but I'm tempted by the fact that I can count his pain. By the fact that I can count his pain. 7 small, round, white scars dot his chest, and it's a deep, dark purgatory to behold. This hideous, evil desecration of his beautiful body. Who would want to do this to a child? Okay, aware that I am walking on broken glass here. I do not in any way, and those who have been listening long enough, you fucking know, so don't come at me in a stupid way or I will end you. I don't belittle child abuse. I also call fucking bullshit on this shit. Could it potentially be triggering for him to have somebody touch his chest because he has cigarette burns on his chest? Yes, absolutely. He is in his mid 30s. He has been in therapy most, if not all, of his life. Granted, his therapist currently is a quack, but he also said that therapist was a second opinion after he was old enough to fire his therapist and hire his own, and definitely hired somebody who was in it for the money and not for the treating him if he decided that his completely abusive, horrible coping skill of beating women who look like his dead mother to take his rage out and then fucking them as if he's literally fucking his mother, and somehow his therapist doesn't realize he has the most massive Oedipus complex ever, or also that saying this is okay is just reinforcing him as being an abusive bastard who should have been in jail a very long time ago. Again, I don't belittle anything of child abuse ever, but this is fucking bullshit, and this is belittling child abuse. That is what Dale James is doing right now. She's making light of it because she's making it like a sexy, steamy thing, and like, oh, he's so damaged, so I forgive him for all the stalkery, illegal, abusive, kidnapping, beating me in public, essay things that he does. Because, oh, he's damaged because someone hurt him a really long time ago. And even though he had every opportunity to get over it, and I'm not saying that's easy or that I'm over my shit, I don't fucking play at that. But this is somebody who should not still be like this at all. If he was like this as a 7-year-old, I understand. As a 37-year-old, get bent. At some point, you're responsible for your own shit. Okay? I nearly broke a girl's arm in high school once. I didn't mean to do it. I didn't do it intentionally, and I have absolutely no memory of doing it. She startled me. She was a friend of mine. I quite liked her. She's dead now, but I quite liked her. We were good friends. She played a prank and she startled me, and she didn't know that I have CPTSD, and you don't startle me. She came up behind me, she startled me. I very, very, very nearly broke her arm. I did injure her. Fortunately, the school and her did not feel the need to have me arrested. If they did, would I have been bitched? Yes. Would I have claimed that I was not responsible? No. Because even though I don't remember the exact split second when I injured her arm, I remember the seconds before and after, and I know exactly what I did. She startled me. I reacted in a defensive way in my head. Again, this is PTSD talking. I reacted in a way to again, PTSD logic. I reacted in a way to protect myself because I perceived what she did as a threat, and I very nearly broke her arm. Fortunately, I had enough restraint to not actually break her arm, but I did injure her. And if I had been arrested for that and charged with it, I would not have contested it. Would I have pled guilty? I don't know because that's a bit of a gray area, but I definitely would have pled no contest, and I would not have said I didn't do it or it wasn't me or any bullshit or tried to deny it in any way. At best, I would have said I did it for reasons of mental illness, but I did it and I take responsibility. And if I am, granted, you technically in that moment probably could have classified me as a danger to others. Again, that's a gray area because again, it's triggered by certain things. So as long as you don't startle me or shoot up a gun next to my ear and then I'm going to turn around and punch you in the face, as long as you don't do that, I'm okay. But could the argument have been made that day? Yeah. The next day, no. But on that day, yeah. Because on that day, I actually hurt somebody. I didn't mean to, I didn't want to, and I don't remember doing it to this day. Did I hurt my friend? Yes. Am I responsible for that, whether I meant to do it or not? Yes. Now my back, he murmurs. He shifts, so I have to climb off him. And then he turns around. Then he turns around on the bed and sits cross-legged with his back to me. Follow the line from my chest, all the way around to the other side. His voice is low and husky. See, this I couldn't do because I can't have anybody touching my back. Again, I think I've said before, like I was at a house party, social gathering for church once, and a friend of mine who forgot for a moment, don't ever come up behind me, and I had to and I told him it's hard for me to be in crowds or crowded situations because I have to rein in my PTSD radar or else it gets tripped by everything because there's too many people in the house and it's too loud. And so I'm less aware of my surroundings, which makes me vulnerable. And he came up behind me in a perfectly innocent way and put his hand on my back to let me know he was there. And what did I do? I shrieked bloody murder. I had a thick tumbler glass with sunflowers on it, full of orange juice, and I squeezed it so hard it literally snapped in two pieces. And I literally did this and I threw orange juice on the wall behind me. And then freaked out the homeowner who thought that I had shredded my hand by crushing this very thick glass tumbler in my hand. Fortunately, I guess I grabbed it like so hard, like this, that this part like broke into basically two clean pieces. He didn't believe me. He yelled at his daughter. I remember he was a doctor. He retired, but he yelled at her to go like get his bag from his office, and I had the glass in my hand and I was like, where's the garbage can? And I remember the lady at the house, she's like, just drop it, you gotta be like cut up, just drop it, I don't care, I'll sweep it up. And I was like, no, because I'm holding both pieces. I'm like, no, where's the garbage can? I can just drop it in the garbage, we don't need to make more mess. And she pulled out the garbage can, I dropped it in, open hand, like this. And I remember him grabbing my hand and like bending my fingers way back, and he was looking for like cuts and lacerations on my hand, but I was fine because I'd snapped it cleanly, but he couldn't believe it. And then I asked my friend because he was standing there silently because he knew exactly what he did. And he did I think he said sorry to me because he definitely knew what he did. And I remember saying to him like, did I scream? And he kind of like looked away and was like, I don't think everybody heard. Which, given that we were in a very small bungalow with like 60 people, everybody heard. But in the moment, he was a good friend for, you know, lying in that I don't want you to feel bad way. Ahem. I do as he says until a crimson line runs down the middle of his back, and as I do so, I count more scars marring his beautiful body. 9 in all. Holy fuck. I have to fight the overwhelming urge to kiss each one and stop the tears pooling in my eyes. Oh, now she sees he's just a hurt, wounded puppy, so he's not responsible for what he does. That's where this is gonna fucking go. And like I said, I'm a hurt, wounded puppy. I'm still fucking responsible when I bite somebody. Around your neck, too? I whisper. He nods and I draw another line joining the first around the base of his neck beneath his hair. These are the boundaries, he says quietly, his eyes dark, pupils dilated. From fear? From lust? I want to hurl myself at him, but I restrain myself and gaze at him in wonder. I can live with those. Right now I want to launch myself at you, I whisper. He gives me a wicked smile and holds out his hand, a silent gesture of consent. Well, Miss Steele, I'm all yours. I squeal with childish delight and catapult myself into his arms. This is what I mean about gaslighting. I called it at the beginning. This is more the same. He's just gaslighting her by playing the hurt puppy. Again, I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying he's manipulating her with it because he's afraid right now that she's going to leave. And so he's giving her, this little bit. But there's a way he could do it that is better than this. Instead, he's doing it in the full trauma way of making her feel bad for him and using it as an excuse for her to put up with this fucking bullshit. He gives me a wicked smile and he twists, letting out a boyish laugh filled with relief that the ordeal is over. Somehow I end up beneath him on the bed. Now, about that rain check, he breathes, and his mouth claims mine once more. End of chapter! Ah! That was a long one. All right, this one is no, it's not shorter, but we'll get through. We will get through. We will get through. But for now, everybody take 2 minutes stretch. Get some food, get some water, hug a fur baby. I really need to change this shirt. It's soaked. Jesus. Fuck. Okay, am I running a 400-degree fever? What the hell? My shirt is completely soaked. Fuck. This is all. Ugh. Okay, I'm really running a fever. Okay. When I was doing my makeup, getting ready, I do have some foundation on. I noticed like the red in my cheeks was way up, and I was like trying to cover it, and I'm like, why isn't this covering? Why is my face so freaking red? I think I'm running a little bit of a fever. Now my shirt's completely soaking wet. It's really, really wet, and I really, really, really want to change my shirt because it's really gross. I don't have another shirt handy. All right, we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. I'll put on fresh clothes to go to bed. Why make more laundry? It's already wet. Let's keep wearing it. It's fine. Ugh. I'm way too sober. Oh, I'm out of juice. Okay, but everybody grab a drink, grab a snack, hug a fur baby, love on something. Let's get started in 2 seconds. Oh no, is this the last of my juice? Oh no, I'm out of juice. No. See, the problem is this stuff is good and I drank like half of it yesterday. I was so glad that was on sale. Probably because it's like summer prices. Because I haven't had that in like 15 years. But it was on sale and they needed a mixer, so hopefully don't begrudge me the $1.99. But not the kind of thing that's a habit. Because juice went down there. Eh. Okay, we're good. We're all good. You know what? Screw it. I'm making that a double. It's the last chapter. I got nothing to do tomorrow. Tiny sips, though. Not much juice. How did I do that? It spilled. Ah! It spilled on the book. Damn it. Okay, at least it's not my keyboard. But damn it. And on the cups. They already have sweat on them. No. But okay, I'm gonna burn it anyway. But chapter 6. My hands fist in his hair while my mouth is feverishly against Christian's, consuming him, relishing the feel of his tongue against mine. And he's the same, devouring me. It's heavenly. Does not sound like it. Also, how much better is this scene that they're in the bedroom and not in the shower? Suddenly, he drags me up and grasps the hem of my t shirt, whipping it over my head and throwing it on the floor. I want to feel you, he says greedily into my mouth as he moves his hands behind me to undo my bra. In one smooth move, it's off and he pitches it aside. He pushes me back down onto the bed, pressing me into the mattress. His mouth and hand move onto my breast. My fingers curl in his hair as he takes one of my nipples between his lips and tugs hard. I cry out as the sensation sweeps through my body, spikes and tingles all the muscles around my groin. Yes, baby, let me hear you, he murmurs against my overheated skin. Boy, I want him inside me now. With his mouth, he toys with my nipple, pulling at it, making me squirm and writhe and yearn for him. I sense his longing mixed with what? Veneration? It's as if he's worshipping me. That is not how I'm interpreting any time they've ever had sex. Where's a puppy? I heard a puppy. Bo? Bo? Okay, he's sleeping somewhere. Probably on the couch. He does have a habit of sticking his head into the corner of the couch between the arm of the couch and the cushions, and, then he thinks he's hiding. There he is! There's a puppy! Come here! No, up! Up, up, up! Come here! Up! Up, up! There he is! There's a puppy! Everybody say hi, say love a puppy. Look, it's a puppy! Look! Look at him! Look how cute he is! Look! Oh, he hates this. Oh, I know you hate this. Wow, you stink. You need a bath. You need a bath. Okay, thank you for taking my lipstick off with your billion-degree tongue. Because it's like 40 in here. Right now, it's getting hotter. Hi, you're a puppy. You're a puppy. And you're really warm. You were definitely in the couch, weren't you? Were you in the couch? Were you in the couch being a puppy? Were you in the couch being a puppy? Were you? Were you? I think you were. I think you were in the couch being a puppy. That's why you're billion degrees. Look at the puppy. Look at him. Look at how cute he is. Somebody screenshot. Somebody screenshot how cute this is. Because look how cute this is. Look how cute this is right now. Right now, 2 minutes and 43 minutes. Look how cute this is. Look how cute he is. He's so cute. Yes, he needs a cute. He needs his cute pictures. Yes, there's somebody. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, yes. 2, 3, 4. I'm going to remember that. I'm going to remember that. I'm going to remember that and make you a thumbnail, okay? 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 Yeah, good boy. Yes. Wait, that's not what I wanted. Where is what I wanted? No, no, no. I wanted a thing, and now it's not doing a thing. Ow. Still need more ducks. We have ducks, but the duck quota is low. There's a requirement. He teases me with his fin, my nipple growing hard and elongating under his skillful touch. His hand moves to my jeans, and he deftly undoes the button, tugs at the zipper, and slips his hand inside my panties, sliding his fingers against my sex. He breathes. Uh, his breath hisses out as his finger glides into me. How long are his arms? I'm just saying. They're in bed together. He's got his hand down the jeans, down the panties, down the front of her, and what? Under and back enough that I'm sorry, but how if he's behind her, as he appears to be, or even if he's directly facing her but sitting up, I'm just saying he's not getting more than the tip inside her if he can even reach that far. Because that's not how fingering your girl works. You get her lay down and, spread, and then you go to town. But you are certainly not sitting up facing if you intend to be, making any real kind of penetrative contact. Because girls ain't built that way and guys don't have arms that long. Hi, Sethel! Thank you. See, that is an appropriate amount of ducks. Thank you very much. This is why you're the best and your dragon is still sexy AF. I would like to be on that. Hi, Mark! You sexy bastard! Get your ass up here! You know I've been missing you! Get the fuck up here! You know you bring all the ducks. Has a mini what? He's fingering her, not fucking her. I know his dick is 2 inches long, but he's fingering her right now. So theoretically, his arms are about 2 feet longer than the average male, and he has like triple jointed wrists or 10-inch long fingers. Take your pick. Maybe he's Toombs from X Files. Is he Toombs from X Files? Guy who played Percy played Toombs on X Files. Percy from The Green Mile. For anyone who doesn't remember. Why is that guy always? He always plays a creepy bastard in everything that he is in. Sethale, you are still winning the entire world with all of the ducks. This just makes my whole night. This is the perfect image. All of the ducks. Because this is just so great. I know, right? No, she has multiple times said that he has, quote, exceptionally skilled fingers. I sent you the link to get you ass up here if you want to be, by the way. By the way, why am I getting a notification that somebody has followed me on Twitch that has a really creepy name? I'm not saying that out loud. Okay, back to the ducks, because the ducks are where it's at. This is what it's about. Okay, I have plans for ducks. I have multiple plans. There's more ducks, thank you. There's a line, there's like a limit on the amount of emojis you can put, right? Because it's the same amount every time and it's maxed out. Thank you, Sethel. These are different fields of ducks, okay? Just for everyone, I'm clicking through. These are different fields of ducks. So there are hundreds and hundreds of ducks, and this is perfect. And this is wonderful. This is everything. See, this is an appropriate number of ducks. We are now up to, I think, what is it, 50? No, it's more than that. 75 that you can put in one post, and there's now about 8 posts of 75 ducks. These are different posts as I'm clicking through. This is an appropriate measure of ducks. This is an appropriate level of ducks. Thank you so much, Sethale. This is why you are the king of dragons. This is why you're awesome. I still need to send you the pink dragon that I have right up there that looks like your icon. Because, seriously, I bought it at Comic-Con, and I need to mail it to you because it belongs to you. It is your icon image that I bought at Comic-Con a couple years ago, but you need to own it, so I need to send it to you. I need to send you the dragon that matches your avatar. And I really will. I really, really, really will send it to you because the universe just demands. Yes, it's a fuck ton of ducks. That's an appropriate amount. That's an appropriate amount. Okay? All of the ducks that Sethale just posted, the 8 of 75, somebody do the math, I'm too drunk, of ducks, that's how many mini ducks, like mini ducks that I need to make my grand plan. And that's eventually how many there's going to be. It's going to build over time because I can't afford all the ducks. Hopefully I can afford some ducks at the end of the month. I can afford at least an inaugural baby batch of a couple of ducks is what I'm hoping that I can afford at the end of the month, so there will be ducks and I can start building this pantheon of ducks that I have imagined. I'm not making this up, by the way. I've been talking about this for weeks. I'm serious. There's going to be a pantheon of ducks. There's going to be a thing. I'm very inspired and I'm a crafty, crazy ass batshit bitch that when I get an idea, I go for it and I have an idea with the ducks and their being of ducks and I'm going to make it happen. It might take months slash forever, but I'm going to make it happen with the ducks. There's going to be ducks and dragons. But yes, Sithale, seriously, reach out to me privately. I will absolutely send you the pink dragon that I showed off before that matches your avatar because you should have it. It should be wrapped around your rearview mirror or around your headrest and like riding shotgun across the country with you while you do your job because it is just made for you to have. And you should have it, and I want to give it to you. Whichever. Yeah, they both work. They really do. They really do. It works both ways, you know? Ducks work on many levels. There's levels of duckness, okay? I think we're going to call it duckness. I'm going to create ranks or some shit. I'm going to create like a medieval. Anybody remember Pokemon X and Y in the chateau where you earn your level up? I camped out there for 3.5 weeks when the game first came out. Guess what? I owned shit. I fucking owned the entire goddamn world once I got out of there. I won tournaments. Like, for anyone who doesn't know, I am actually a serious gamer. I am legitly, this is the one thing I can actually claim I have expertise in. I am an expert gamer. I can claim that. I have won tournaments. I've won world championships. I've set world records, and I've kicked ass a lot. So when I say that ducks have no place in gaming, that's just being narrow minded. I agree, real ducks should be nowhere near a rally car. But tiny ducks, lining the dashboard or possibly covering the entire outside of the car. That would be good. Have you found the remaining escapees yet, Mark? I think a few of them still got away from your great rubber duck call last week. I think a few of them got away intact. Have you put out a bounty? Is there a bounty? Do you use bounty? Is bounty a thing in the U.S.? And I mean the fabric softener. UK. Why did I say U.S.? I apologize. In the UK, is bounty fabric softener a thing? Let me know. Also, Mark. What is Mark? Please define significant speed. I literally dare you. Define significant speed, please. Is this above or below the legal speed limit? Or are you allowed to ignore speed limits during a rally because it's a closed course? Is it a closed course? Is it actually a closed course? I need answers. Don't ask me why. You doing 150 plus? So yeah, you're on a closed course. You'd have to be, obviously. Do you wear a helmet? Please tell me you wear a helmet. Even if it's a helmet made of rubber ducks, please. Like, seriously, dude. Oh, they do this when vampire things are showing. Okay. We are in the second chapter, so last chance if you want to see some handcuffs on or leave me with some, loving reminders for tomorrow. I really do like waking up with bruised and bone sore wrists with several red marks and as much skin friction or bruising as I can occur. Again, I wish I bruised. I really did. I want ringlet bruises around my wrist. I want to look like fucking manacle victim in 20 years. But, my body don't bruise. But, if you fight it enough, you can leave some marks. But yeah, last chance if you really want to get your money's worth to sponsor the handcuffs for the evening. Link above, or at least it should be, I think. They are closed off. And you do wear a helmet. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that. At least, yeah, if you're gonna, here's a motto to live by. If you're gonna do something reckless, at least do it safely. That's kind of the mantra. He teases me with his fingers, my nipple growing hard and elongating under his skillful touch. No, wait, I already read that. Wait a minute, where am I? By the way, I thought the whole last scene they were gonna fuck in the closet or like fuck in the bed. Now they're fucking on the bed. This is new. It's never been like this except perhaps when I came back from Georgia. And his words from earlier drift back to me. I need to know we're okay. This is the only way I know how. The thought unravels me, and I know I have such an effect on him that I can offer him solace doing this. He sits up, grasps the hem of my jeans, and tugs them off, followed by my panties. Okay, seriously, have you ever tried taking jeans and panties off of somebody who is literally sitting on your lap? It's not that easy. And I'm sorry, but he has so gaslit her that she's like, yes, giving him sex is the only way he can know that I'm not gonna run, that I still care about him and I'm going to be here in the morning. If I let him fuck me, then he'll feel safe. Even though I'm really, really pissed off at him right now. He's more creepy stalker than ever. He's being extraordinarily manipulative and coercive and gaslighting. But no, I need to give him sex so that he doesn't feel bad no matter how bad I'm feeling or that I'm still really mad at him with every justifiable reason to be. Oh, by the way, Mark, I need your legal opinion on what I said earlier. Mark, my darling, imagine you were walking with your good lady wife on pick a fancy street in London. What's a fancy street in London? God damn it! Why can I not remember fancy street in the Hatton Garden District? Hatton Garden District. Hatton Garden District. That's a diamond district, right? It might not be called that. I'm remembering the Hatton Garden Heist. Is it actually called the Hatton Garden District? Whatever. That district, the district where the Hatton Garden Heist took place, the Diamond District, is a jewelry district. It's a very rich area of London, some told, so busy, lots of security. You know, if you, my learned friend who is soon to be a lawyer, if you were walking with your missus down the street and you wanted her to come back to your place and she didn't want to, and you crouched down and grasped her by the thighs of her legs and physically picked her up and literally threw her over your shoulder in public and then started carrying her back to your place while she was screaming for you to put her down. And when she did so, you smacked her sharply on the ass and continued carrying her in public on Hatton Garden Street area. What would likely have occurred? If you could just fill us in, casually, if you may. I'm sorry, you're planning to abduct your wife? Granted, that is true. That's why you secure. Mark, come on. You are a learned man. Do you not know that you must secure all rubber ducks before transporting? Come on. You have to secure the rubber ducks. Come on. There is a right way. You crazy glue them to the dashboard. Is there a reasonable chance of a member of the public saying? Also, what would if by chance if you actually did this to your wife and actually managed to get back to your home without her killing you first? What would occur once you threw her down on the bed after doing that? Like, really? Oh, fucking A. Keeping his eyes fixed on mine, he stands, takes a foil packet out of his pocket and tosses it at me, then removes his jeans and boxers in one swift motion. I rip the packet open greedily, and when he lies beside me again, I roll the condom onto him, grabbing both my hands and he grabs both my hands and rolls onto his back. You, on top. He orders, pulling me astride him. I want to see you. Oh, this is so non consensual. Like, it is because she's allowing it. It absolutely is, as I'm not marking it as essay, but he's definitely manipulated the fuck out of her. This is bullshit. And seriously, like now he's throwing birth control at her. Like, I'm sorry, E.L. James, you implied that her taking the pill in front of him was effective birth control, and now you're like, oh no, he still needs to wear a condom. Even though I magicked birth control. Like, she can't make up her mind even though she's wrong on both counts. Seriously. You really did? Did you get a picture? Because that's what I want to have. I'm gonna do a pantheon of ducks. I'm gonna have risers. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm a crafty brain. I'm a arts and crafts girl. I can make anything out of cardboard and hot glue, and the only thing I need, financially are the rubber ducks. So once I get some money and get the ducks, then they will happen that there are the ducks because on Amazon they have like, here's like 50 random themed rubber ducks for like $10. So I'm definitely, if I have the $10, I'm going to get some of those and I'm going to build the pantheon of ducks and it's going to grow. It's going to grow over time. It's going to be an ongoing project, but it's going to happen and there will be a pantheon of ducks. That's the plan for the ducks. Ah, well, I'm glad that you didn't do anything unsafe. Please don't ever be unsafe or use your cell phone while driving, people. Seriously, I know you think it's only a second or you're not going to crash. You're going to crash. Don't do it. Don't ever use your cell phone while driving. Don't do anything unsafe. So thank you, Sethel, for not being unsafe. But see, Mark, that's what you do. That's what you do with the ducks. Yeah. Ah! Okay, the night ducky and the beach ducky I want. See, this is what I'm saying. Amazon has these theme packs of rubber ducks where it's like random ones, but they sell in bulk, so you get to pick, and it's like 10 or whatever at a time for like $9. So this is what I'm planning to get to build the Pantheon, and I want all of the variety of all of the ducks, and that's going to take a long, long, long time. And I'm going to try to avoid doubles, but I'm going to get a lot of ducks, and that's going to be a thing because I've decided that's a thing. Also, Mark, it's all your fault, so get your ass up here on here with me because the ducks are so all your fault. No, again, here, same here. Same here. You're not allowed to have anything in your hands at all. At all. You're not even allowed to use, like, if you have, like, the Bluetooth earpiece and you're driving and talking on the phone, nope, 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 nope. Even hands-free phone devices, no way, no way in hell. You can pay my phone at a drive-through? You can't do that here. But I also recently, somebody told me this yesterday, and I don't know if this is true. Anyone out there, I've heard that PayPal, again, for anyone who doesn't know, my bank is an idiot, and they didn't let me know that my debit card literally expires. And it expired at the end of last month. It's been expired for 17 days. And they swear they sent me a new one 3 months ago. Guess what? I never got it. Guess what? When I discovered it was expired, not that they told me, not that they gave me any kind of notification or warning that my bank card was about to expire, my debit every day fucking normal card, not a credit card, apparently expires. I didn't find out till after it had. I called them, bitched off. They swore they sent me a new one. Yes, I could go in person to a bank branch and get one, but I don't have the transportation or money to be able to do that. As a disabled person, I can't, it's not that easy. So unless they're going to pay the $80 for me to go to a bank branch physically in person, I can't get one the same day. And it didn't seem like a big deal. Well, it was a big deal, but it wasn't There wasn't anything urgent at the time. So I'm like, okay, you can mail it to me because they said it would take about a week. Fine, I can wait like 6 days. It's been 2.5 weeks. I still don't have the fucking card. It's the weekend. I can't get anyone till Monday, but they've definitely fucked up. And I guarantee you what they're going to do. No, it's not. That's the thing, Sethel. No, it's not. That's the thing. It's not. There was nothing. I wasn't told. I didn't know. And debit cards don't have, where I live in Canada, debit cards don't have an expiry date. They never have. The only reason that they have now is because this particular bank has joined up with a credit card company, so everything expires now. They are the only bank in which their debit card has an expiry date. And all I'm saying is, if they can send me an immediate, like text message and email on two different accounts, within seconds, I get 3 alerts saying anytime my bank account has dropped under $100 being in the bank account, because they can close your bank account if you have less than $100 in it. And if they can send me 2 emails and a text message the literal second that my balance goes below $100, why can't they send me a text message 3 months earlier or a month earlier or 2 weeks earlier saying, hey, your debit card's about to expire. Please deal with that. Because when I called them and said, why didn't you send me a new one? They said, oh, we did. Yeah, except they sent it 3 months ago to a wrong address that wasn't mine and never has been mine. So I corrected the address. They said they sent a new one. I haven't got it. It's been more than 2 weeks. It should have been here like 5 days ago. And it's causing problems because I can't access my bank account because I don't have the expiration date or the CVC, the security code on the back. So I can't do transactions from my bank account right now, which is insane. Yeah, you do need to check your post. Definitely do. If I'd known, if literally they said they sent me one 3 months earlier. Yay for them for being ahead of the curve. But all they had to do was send me an email saying, hey, your debit card's about to expire. We've already sent you a new one. Please check your post for it. And if it doesn't arrive in the next 2 weeks, please contact us. If they had done that, I would have been able to handle this before it expired, but they didn't. So I didn't know that I never received it. Even if they did send it, I have no doubt that they did, but they sent it to the wrong address. I didn't get it, and I didn't know until it was too late. And now it's been another 2 weeks. I still don't have it. It's fucking things up. I can't do things I want. I live in Canada where PayPal has limits. Somebody tell me if this is true. Somebody told me PayPal has a debit card. Are you serious? Like in the UK and US, apparently, you can get a debit card that links to your PayPal account. We don't have this here in Canada because bullshit. Because PayPal's not a fucking banking institution. So they don't get to have a debit card here. And apparently here I can't even transfer money from my PayPal account to my fucking Visa card. And it's like, what the hell? Thank you, Seth Ale. Your bank is good. I want to know your bank. They probably don't exist in Canada, but your bank is awesome. That's all I'm asking for. With today's technology, can I not get at least that warning where I could have dealt with this beforehand? And now I'm in it again, and now I can't pay my bills, and people are yelling at me, and I can't pay my bills because I don't have a fucking card. And apparently having my bank, like, PayPal won't even transfer money directly into my bank account, even though it has a confirmed bank account. It's confirmed my actual bank account. Unless I have the debit card number, expiry, and CVC separately, it won't transfer to a confirmed bank account, which are two separate numbers. For anyone who doesn't know, two separate numbers. My bank account's still real. I'm waiting for the card in the mail that didn't arrive, and I can't yell at them until Monday. Why? Because nobody who matters will be there until Monday. I need managers. I need high level people to sort the shit out for me, and nobody's going to be there until Monday. Like on Saturday, it's like being in a hospital. Nobody who matters is there. They have debit cards in the US. Seriously? That sounds like it could be so easily manipulated. Like for real. It sounds like you could mess that up so badly. It sounds like you could take advantage of that, like really, really badly. Yeah, I don't know how my Visa is linked to my PayPal, but somehow I can't transfer money from PayPal into it. Not that I have money in PayPal, like it's spent, but I'm just saying, like, PayPal and other places has so much more options than it does in Canada, but that's because they're not recognized as a banking institution here. So they don't get those kind of privileges like having a debit card because they're not a bank. Like, I'm not saying it works, but I'm saying my bank is idiots and I can't leave them is the thing. Because I have something that I can't control that is linked to them, and so I can't leave them or change it to somewhere else. And so even though they haven't updated their technology in 20 goddamn years, I'm stuck with their bullshit. A seventh time. I did! I did! I did! I fucking did! I did! I did! I did! I did! That's the fucking thing. That's what I'm saying. My bank account, my primary bank account is directly linked to my PayPal and confirmed and verified several times. And they still will not let me transfer money from PayPal into my own bank account without having the separate debit card expiry X security number from a card I don't fucking have. So yeah, I'm saying, what is the point of having my bank account verified if I can't transfer into it without having a separate debit card number that is not my bank account number? My account is confirmed. My checking and savings account are both confirmed with PayPal and confirmed through my own bank fully. They're fully connected and PayPal fully admits that they're verified. And yet I still cannot transfer to them without having the debit card number, which I don't have because they haven't sent it to me yet. It will not in Canada. It's the Canada problem. I guarantee you 100% it's the Canada problem. This is why I have this is why I have certain websites that won't take a Canadian credit card where I have to get friends in the UK to buy it for me on their card because it'll take a UK credit card but not a Canadian one. And I send them the money to make it up. And it's like, what? No, government, yeah, in a way we really are. We are too much in some ways, and like really we are, but like I'm sorry, my particular bank, and it is a Canadian bank, it's not an American bank, it's a Canadian bank. I believe me, Monday I'm gonna, let's just say I've already been perusing for lawyers because if I wind up having to threatening to sue them to sort the shit out, I'm gonna fucking do that. Because really, right, right. I know I need to breathe. I know I'm trying. I'm just frustrated and I'm angry. I'm getting yelled at. Like literally my Netflix, my PayPal, my Netflix, my YouTube, and like 3 other things have been cut off because my card expired. And even like I'm not saying I can pay them anyway, and Netflix looks like a dick, and I don't need YouTube Premium and I can't afford them anyway. But I'm saying they got cut off literally because of my card because they didn't send me a new one in time, and that's not my fault. And I tried, and yeah, no, and I'm waiting till Monday because I need higher up people who are not going to be there till fucking Monday. Again, for anyone who wants to relieve my tension right now, putting these on very tight and causing myself a lot of pain by turning my wrists when they don't fit would make me calm down the fuck ton right now because pain makes me calm the fuck down. Okay, I like it. I'm a person who likes pain, and these do it in just the right way, but not too far. So if anybody would like to sponsor, now is your really good time to do so. Look at the shiny. Look at the shiny. Sponsor the cuffs for the rest of the chapter. I'm pouring one more drink, then I'm reading a lot. Quickly. No, 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 juice. Uh, okay. Yes, I just punched the book. Ow. What? I'm Canadian. I say sorry a lot. It's what I do. I wish. I wish. There's a reason I'm stuck with them that I can't elaborate on, but they are assholes. Mark, I don't know what that means, and I'm not sure I want to know. That is somebody who scammed money off me, so I'm not trying to emulate. And also, get your butt up here and co-host with me for the last chapter, please. You don't even have to say anything. You just have to share screen time. You don't even have to say anything. You can be flying to Istanbul. You don't even have to say anything. You can just be a dot on the screen, but get your butt up here and keep me company. Please. For the ducks, Mark. Do it for the ducks. You have the link. Get your butt up here. For the ducks. Well, then do another. You need to keep your hours up. Don't want your wings getting rusty. I rise again, heady with the power I have over him, watching Christian Grey slowly coming apart beneath me. He lets go of my hands and grips my hips, and I place my hands on his arms. He thrusts into me sharply, causing me to cry out. That's right, baby. Feel me, he says, his voice strained. I tip my head back and do exactly that. This is what he does so well. Then why doesn't he have a career in porn? Name one male porn actor, I dare anybody. I can. Well, I don't actually know his. Well, obviously, like real names are not a place for. But I can say one. Deflorination.net has one particular guy that I only watch videos where he's the one doing the deed. Don't ask me why. It's something about. It's not about like method or actual sexual encounter. It's more about attitude. And that's why I like him and not any of the others. For a second, I thought this had altruism. I'm aware aluminum doesn't rust. I'm also aware that pilot wings aren't made out of aluminum. Get your butt up here! I moved, countering his rhythm in perfect symmetry, numbing all thought and reason. I'm just sensation lost in his void of pleasure. Up and down, again and again. Oh, yes! Opening my eyes, I stare down at him, my breathing ragged, and he's staring back at me, eyes blazing. My Anna, he mouths. Yes, I rasp. Always. He groans loudly, closing his eyes, tipping his head back. Seeing Christian undone is enough to seal my fate, and I come. Still spelling it wrong. By the way, she's still entirely spelling it wrong. Audibly, exhaustingly, spinning down and around, collapsing on top of him. Oh, baby, he groans as he finds his release, holding me still and letting me go. What? Thank you, Cethale! Thank you! Thank you, you sassy bitch! Yes! That is what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. Yes, and all of that. Yes. And also, Mark, are your wings are pilot are true military? And I'm asking this for real. Military issued pilot wings, are they actually made of aluminium, as you would say? Because I'm willing to bet they're not. And you still need to get your butt up here with me. I can see your pretty face with your, you know, uh, civic work cap. It was really cute. And your beard. My head is on his chest, in the no-go area, my cheek nestled against the springy hair on his sternum, and I'm panting, glowing. I resist the urge to pucker my lips and kiss him. I just lie on top of him, catching my breath. He smooths my hair and his hand runs down my back, caressing me as his breathing calms. You are so beautiful. I lift my head to gaze at him, my expression skeptical. He frowns in response and sits up quickly, taking me by surprise. Excuse me. His arms sweeping around hold me in place. I clutch his biceps as we're nose to nose. You are beautiful, he says again, his tone emphatic. You're amazingly sweet sometimes. I kiss him gently. Excuse me. Okay, I swear to God, if the hiccups start again, I'm gonna stab myself in the fucking throat to make them stop. Because last week I had like, I'm not kidding, and somebody saw me posting and I was scrambling because I couldn't type properly because I was literally hiccuping uncontrollably. If I get uncontrollable hiccups again, I'm gonna stab myself in the throat and then call 911. Because I'm not kidding. The hiccups were like intense and out of control, and I couldn't make them stop, and I couldn't breathe, and I'm asthmatic, and I know what it means we can't breathe. So, not dealing with that shit again. Also, again, like seriously, there's like 20. No, there's like how many pages? Wait, let me check. Okay, so like there's like 20 pages left of this chapter, so really last chance for handcuffs if anyone wants to see me struggle to get out of these the rest of the chapter, which I will gladly do and painfully inflict on myself, hopefully leaving marks and you know the other kind of things because I'm twisted. But anyone who has access to my fanfic knows that. So I wish you were a MedVet fan because you'd think you'd really like my fanfic, but probably not your taste. Sorry. But if you want, let me know. Mark has it, but he's never read it. And keeps lying and saying that he's going to and making excuses rather than just saying, not my bent, baby. Or if it is, he's keeping it extremely close to the chest. Yes, I'm making fun of you for not getting up here and quacking at me. You have no idea how attractive you are, do you? I flush. Why is he going on about this? All those boys pursuing you. That isn't enough of a clue? All those sticky fumblings in the back seats of cars while you could only dream of getting out, getting anywhere, getting all the way to the FBI. I'm just saying she stole this scene. Fuck off. Boys? What boys? You want the list? Christian frowns. The photographer. He's crazy about you. That boy in the hardware store. Your roommate's older brother. Your boss. He adds bitterly. So basically, he's just naming men that exist around her. And well, yeah, they might have, like, been interested because she's single, young, and apparently some kind of hot. That doesn't make them competition. Like, ugh. This is like when my grandmother told me, like, one of my cousins that I didn't even meet ever because he died before I met him was gay and, like, she accepted him. And this is before the 90s, in Canada, the 90s, gay marriage debate that happened where really, I, I remember at the time I was only like 8 years old and I remember wishing I could vote and saying, like, this should pass, come on. We would have been the first country. We literally would have been the first country at the time. I think Holland wound up beating us to it for like 2 days. And if we had ratified it at the time, we would have been the second country in line with them. And it passed. It was denied by like a 1% margin, which is so much bullshit. And even at 8 years old, and I remember knowing how much bullshit that was. And even my mother knew it, and she had no reason to. And my extraordinarily literally Roman Catholic member in the Knights of Columbus grandmother, I remember her being on the phone to my mother, watching the parades and slash protests and the news coverage. And I remember her being like, "Why does this matter?" My very Roman Catholic grandmother, who at the time the church was vehemently anti-gay, like where gay people could still be burned at the stake, because this was about 1995, and my very vehemently Catholic 65-year-old at least grandmother saying like she was watching a gay parade on TV and where there were protesters and violence was occurring. And she was talking to my mother on the phone. I was visiting them, and she was like, "Why does it matter? Why is anyone so mad that they're gay? They're not trying to hurt anyone, you know. They're just trying to marry each other and maybe have some babies together. Like they're not hurting anybody else. I don't understand why other people care so much. Because who are they bothering? They're not taking away from you. They just want to marry each other and be happy and adopt some babies. That's a good thing. Adopting babies is a good thing. Being in love is a good thing. Why can't we just let them love each other? Because they're not hurting anybody. I don't see why all of this fuss about it. And that was the attitude of my extraordinarily Roman Catholic Knights of Columbus 65-year-old grandmother in like 1995 when Canada first tried to allow legally same-sex marriage. And she was like I don't see why anyone has a problem with this. Like, why are they bothering it? And I remember just sitting on the couch, and then I was like 13. I'd literally just gotten my period, and I was feeling like crap, sitting on the couch, bleeding into it. And, and remember, I knew that I was gay at the time. I knew that I was queer, but I also knew that it was not safe to come out in my own family because my grandfather, and even 20 years later when I did to several members, every single member of my family that I felt comfortable coming out to literally told me, "Don't come out to your grandfather. Don't come out to your grandfather. He's not like." Even my grandmother, his wife, his own wife, said to me, "Don't don't come out to him." And reasons. I mean, at that point, he's like 70. Okay, and I don't even know what his life was because nobody talks about it in my family because my family is that family. My family is that family that doesn't talk about shit. And that's why we conflict because I believe in therapy and they believe in generational abuse with no construct. So yeah, handcuffs still available if anyone would like to purchase. Reading a thing. Oh, Christian, that's just not true. Trust me, they want you. They want what's mine. It ain't yours, idiot. He pulls me against him and I lift my arms to his shoulders, my hands in his hair, regarding him with amusement. Mine, he repeats, with glowing passion. With, with glowing Sorry, what? His eyes glowing possessively. Sorry, I had a dyslexia moment. Yes, yours. I reassure him, smiling. He looks mollified, and I feel perfectly comfortable naked in his lap on a bed in the full light of Saturday afternoon. Who would have thought? The lipstick marks remain on his exquisite body. I note some smears on the duvet cover, though I wonder briefly what Mrs. Jones will make of them. The line is still intact. I excuse, mm, excuse me. I murmur and bravely trace the mark on his shoulder with my index finger. He stiffens, blinking suddenly. I want to go exploring. He regards me skeptically. The apartment? No, I was thinking of the treasure map we've drawn on you. My fingers itch to touch him. His eyebrows lift in surprise and he blinks with uncertainty. I rub my nose against his. And what would that entail exactly, Miss Steele? I lift my hand from his shoulder and run my fingertips down his face. I just want to touch you everywhere I'm allowed. Christian catches my index finger in his teeth, biting down gently. Ow! I protest, and he grins, a low growl coming from his throat. Okay, he says, releasing my finger, but his voice is laced with apprehension. Wait. He leans behind me, lifting me again. and removes his condom, dropping it unceremoniously on the floor beside the bed. I hate those things. I've a good mind to call Dr. Green around to give you another shot. I think the top OBGYN in You think the top OBGYN in Seattle is going to come running? Also, by the way, uh, the only birth control that I know of, I'm sure there's like brand name or generic name, what the fuck ever. The fact is, there's one birth control shot, it's Depo Provera, and it's there. I'm sure there's a billion generic names, what the fuck ever. They're all the same goddamn thing. Don't fuck with me. And the fact is, I've known people who've gotten it. I've known people who've done it. I've considered it. It's not for me. It is for them. But it's yes, it's a once a month generally or once a 4 month thing. I think they've expanded now. But the fact is, it's not instantaneous. And she's already taking the pill daily, though she broke off it for a few days and he's not confirmed that she's actually back on it. But the fact is, you would never do both at the same time because that would be like overdosing. That would be like taking a dose of crack and then taking another dose of crack. It's taking two of the same thing. It would overdose you, and it would, in her case, probably cause severe hemorrhaging, bleeding, blood clots, psychosis. The list of side effects from taking like basically a double dose of high octane birth control, the risks are high. And also, by the way, if you are on zero birth control and somebody injects you with Depo-Provera as birth control, that doesn't mean you can immediately fucking not get pregnant. That's not how that works. It's not an anti-pregnancy shot. That's not how it fucking works. So I'm sorry, but what him saying this is so stupid. Him saying this is so utterly ridiculous because it's not how birth control works at fucking all. I need more ducks. I need more ducks. Anyone is here, more ducks, please. Just get it. Yep, I didn't. I didn't. Okay, I'm okay. I can be very persuasive, he murmurs, hooking my hair behind my ears. Franco's done a great job on your hair. I like the layers. What? Stop changing the subject. He shifts me back so I'm straddling him, leaning on his propped up knees, my feet under my feet on either side of his hips. He leans back on his arms. Touch away, he says without humor. He looks nervous, but he's trying to hide it. Keeping his eyes on me, I reach down and trace my fingers underneath the lipstick line along his finely sculpted abdominal muscles. He flinches and I stop. I don't have to, I whisper. No, it's fine. Just take some readjustments on my part. No one's touched me for a long time, he murmurs. Okay, seriously, what was the point of all of his other whores? And they were whores. Okay, I'm sorry. They may have been submissives, yes, but they were paid whores. Like, fucking A. He's an abusive bastard. He nods, his discomfort obvious. I don't want to talk about her. It will sour your good mood. I can handle it. No, you can't, Anna. You see red wherever I mention her. My past is my past. It's a fact, and I can't change it. And I'm lucky you don't have one, because it would drive me crazy if you did. Okay, again, this is her appeal to him. That she is literally a blank fucking slate They can do whatever the fuck he wants to because nobody's written on it yet. And that's why he's taking her captive. He's Beauty and the Beast. And like I said, the Mister is also Beauty and the Beast. But E.L. James wants to pretend it's fucking Cinderella in the most, like, nicest terms. And it's not. And yes, I do think Beauty and the Beast is a story of Stockholm. And nobody will ever change my mind on that. But it was for that. And this is the recreating and the, like, literally with the Mister, she said it fucking. But this more, again, E.L. James has one story, and he's somehow been able to repurpose it into, like, multiple multi-billion-dollar franchises. I maintain I'm a better writer. Daniel, I don't know if you know, but I've been writing my own little twisted fanfic for the last, like, half a year. So, if you ever want to know what, like, better than this writing, not good. I'm not saying I'm a good writer. I'm in no way saying I'm a good writer. I'm saying I'm better than this. And if you would like a teaser tale of better than this, let me know, because I will send you the part 1. I'm currently working on part 5, which is going to take another month at least. But it's out there if you want to read better than this, because I am better than this and my own twisted little fairy tale. Whatever. He nods, and his discomfort is obvious. I don't want to talk about her. It will sour your good mood. I can handle it. No, you can't, Anna. You see red whenever I mention her. My past is my past. It's a fact. I can't change it. I'm lucky that you don't have one, because it would drive me crazy if you did. I frowned at him, but I don't want to fight. Drive you crazy? More than you already are. I smile, hoping to lighten the atmosphere between us. His lips twitch. Crazy for you, he whispers. My heart swells with joy. Shall I call Dr. Flynn? I don't think that will be necessary, he says dryly. Shifting back so he drops his legs, I place my fingers back on his stomach and I let them drift across his skin. He stills once more. I like touching you. My fingers skate across his navel, and then southward along his happy trail. His lips part beneath my changes. His eyes darken, and his erection stirs and twitches beneath me. Holy cow. Round 2. Again, I murmur. He smiles. Oh, yes, Miss Steele. Again. Oh, yeah, no wonder your fingers are touching his cock. He gets like, I want to rip pages out of this narrative. No, with a delicious way to spend Saturday afternoon, I stand beneath the shower, absentmindedly washing myself, careful not to wet my tied back hair, contemplating the last couple of hours. Christian and Vanilla seem to be going well, even though he's not doing any of that, and he's still treating you like a trussed up turkey whore. I'm sorry, I don't care. I'm out. I'm out. I'm officially out. This is the moment I'm officially out. Please clip and please clip and tweet and TikTok this. This is the moment when I'm out. This is the moment when I don't care. And Anastasia still lives or dies. I hope he fucking rapes or beats her brutally, fucking abuses her endlessly, and murders her and buries her up below the floorboards in a scala. And that's the end of it. I'm out of patience with this stupid slut whore construct of a character that's too useless to exist. She's too stupid and useless to exist. I'm done. I'm done with pretending that I care about her. I'm done with her being a character. I'm done. So the rest of this recitation is Christian Grey committing a serial murder. Because, I'm sorry, she's too stupid to exist. The world's better off without her. And I do believe in calling the herd for the benefit of the prime. I do. So, she is too fucking stupid to exist. Also, there need to be more ducks. And so they'll. Do you know the movie they say that get 4? because that's my favorite movie of all time. So when I make so no commitment to finish this chapter. I really might for once like stop mid chapter and like pick it up next week. I'm really tired. I'm really sick. Really am getting sick. I'm tired. So like I'm trying. I'm trying my best right now, but I'm really tired. And I'm hot. And I'm overheated. And I'm fevered. And I'm sick. I'm trying really, really hard right now. I'm trying, but it's not. I'm tired, okay? Like, you can see, I'm wearing makeup right now. I'm wearing foundation right now. I'm wearing makeup, and my face, it's still so overheated because I have a fever, obviously. 'Cause I have infection, but that's fine. I deal with it, and it's not a deal, but I'm tired, okay? Is what I'm saying. I'm tired. I'm trying my best. My subconscious purses her lips and shakes her head at me. Don't even go there, I frowned. Just a quick peek. And there's Layla, with a gun, potentially somewhere. And her crap taste, her crap taste in music, still on her iPod. But even worse, Mrs. Pedo Robinson. I can't wrap my head around her, and I don't want to. I don't want her to be a shimmering haired specter in our relationship. He's right. I do go off the deep end when I think of her. So perhaps it's best if I don't. Oh, so yeah, if you have a problem with something, just don't think about it. Pretend it doesn't exist. That's fine. I step out of the shower and dry myself, and I'm suddenly seized by unexpected anger. Really. But who wouldn't go off the deep end? What normal, sane person wouldn't do that to a 15-year-old boy? How much has she contributed to the fuck uppedness? I don't understand her. And worse still, he says she has helped him? How? I think of his scars, the stark physical embodiment of her horrific childhood, and a sickening reminder of what mental scars he must bear. My sweet, sad 50 Shades. He said such loving things to me today. He's crazy for me. No, he's crazy about you, but he's not crazy for you. There's a big difference. He doesn't love you or care about you at all. Like, literally, you could be replaced by a potted plant. You are not the object. You are a fuck basket and nothing more. Staring at my reflection, I smiled at the memory of his words dropping the book on the keyboard. My heart brimming once more, my face transforms. With a ridiculous smile, perhaps we can make this work. But how long will he want me to do this without wanting to beat the crap out of me because I crossed some arbitrary line? Okay, so she's saying like she knows what is up. She knows. She legitimately knows. That's what she's saying. She's saying she knows that he can't like be, and that's what he wants because yeah, beating the fuck out of her is all he's ever fucking a. I'm really tired and I feel like shit. And even though it's 11, it could be there. I'm really tired. I'm not kidding. I'm seriously considering ending this right now because I'm really tired. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to people watching. I really am, but I'm really tired. I'm really, really tired. I don't feel well. I'm not well. I'm sick and I don't feel well. I'm not okay. And there's 20 pages left. And the first chapter is already 30 pages and 40 is the limit. And, like, I'm tired. I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. I'm so tired. I really am so tired and sick. Like, I'm coughing so much. And I'm trying. It's not easy, okay? I'm struggling right now, is what I'm saying. Like, I'm struggling. I'm trying, like, 5 seconds of encouragement, please, because I'm really struggling. I'm just tired. I'm tired and weak right now. You know, it's been that time of the month, super heavy for like the last 4 days, and it's made me so tired and so weak and things, and I'm tired, and I'm just tired. I know when it's the middle of the chapter gets cheating. I don't want to be cheating. Please, I don't want to be cheating. I don't want to be cheating, but I'm tired. I'm really tired. I think I really am sick. I think I really am. Like, I think I really do have like a cold or something. I'm really tired. I'm tired. I'm hot. I'm tired. I'm trying. My heart is breaking. Once more, my face transforms with a ridiculous smile. Perhaps we can make this work. How long will you want to do this without wanting to beat the crap out of me? Because I crossed some arbitrary line. Yeah, that's it. That's a message of every abusive relationship in the history of ever. My smile dissolves. This is what I know. This is the shadow that hangs over us. Kinky fuckery, yes. I can do that, but more? What more? What more? I'm so tired. My subconscious stares at me blankly, for once offering no snarky words of wisdom. I head back into the bedroom to dress. Christian is downstairs getting ready, doing whatever he's doing. So I had the bedroom to myself, as well as all the dresses in the closet. I have a full drawer of new underwear. I select a black bustier corset creation with a price tag of $540. It has silver trim filigree and the briefest of panties to match. Thigh-high stockings, too, in a neutral color. So fine. Pure silk. Wow, they feel slinky and kind of hot. I really don't. I really hate that. Okay, due to my I'm actually sick, I really do think I am 100% sick. I'm entering book club early. I'm sorry. This is the first time I'm ever doing this. I feel really bad. I really feel bad right now. I'm really not well. I feel sick and I'm sorry. I'm tired. I'm really hot. I'm really tired. And the first chapter was 30 pages, which usually book club is 40. So I'm really tired and I'm really tired. I'm really not okay right now. I hate this. I hate this so much. I feel like a failure. I'm sorry I'm failing so hard. I'm sorry I'm not finishing. I will finish it next week, but I'm really tired. I'm sorry. I'm sick and I'm hot. I just can't anymore right now. I know and I'm sorry. It's going on every day. It's not each other. I can't. Sorry, but I'm gonna end. You haven't been doing this ever. That I'm ending book club before midnight. That's such a coward. I'm such a chicken. I'm such a coward, worthless whore. I'm so fucking worthless right now. I'm so worthless and stupid and worthless and less than. I'm so stupid. worthless. I'm tired. I'm sorry. I don't feel. I'm getting really sick, and it's been the last couple of days with my period being so heavy. I'm bleeding so much. I'm tired. I'm just tired. I, I plan I'm gonna be done. I'm glad nothing gonna be done.
And it turns out I was muted.
As it turns out.
You feeling any better now?
No.
Hmm.
This shouldn't still be on.
Yeah, we're still live. Let's go into this.
I'm aware it's currently still live, which is creepy. Let's see.
You sure you're okay?
No, not at all okay. I am not okay at all. I am in no way okay. I am physically getting sick. I am mentally not psychologically okay. I'm extremely triggered and I'm a little bit drunk. I am in no measure of the fact okay. YouTube didn't turn up bullshit, so even when I try to peace out on reading 2 chapters of this bullshit at the same time, apparently I'm not allowed to, so goes back to, prior, whatever.
You are allowed to end the stream early if you want to.
I did that and it didn't let me, and therefore I'm still here. And because it didn't let me when I tried to do that.
Yeah, sometimes
Why
it
am I
doesn't
5
register the
pages
button
behind
clicks.
on her? Because I'm not reading every fucking word of this bullshit. Thank you, Satel, for your myriad of hearts. You are a sweetheart, and thank you for including the Rainbow Brigade, because you know I am LGBTQIX plus, and thank you for all the hearts and all the colors, and you are an angel, and I'm still gonna send you my pink dragon because it belongs to you more than it belongs to me, and so I still need an address to send that to, and thank you for you and all your dragons and all the hearts. And this is not how it's supposed to be. To this event, slowly, no, you will spank me later. No, for a moment, I feel a tiny stab of disappointment. He chuckles. You want me to? I swallow. I just don't know. Well, rest assured, I'm not going to touch you like that, not even if you beg me. Oh, this is news. Do you want to play this game? He continues, holding up the balls. You can wait. I think I skipped a page. Wait, this is where he puts the balls in her vagina. Thing stupid, which is not even like a thing. My subconscious starts blanking me. For once, he's offering no snarky words of wisdom. I head back in the bedroom to dress. Christian is downstairs getting ready, doing whatever he's doing, so I have the bedroom to myself, as well as all the dresses in the closet. I have drawers full of new underwear. I select a black bustier corset creation with a price tag of $540. It has silver trim like filigree and the briefest of panties to match. Thigh-high stockings too in a neutral color. So fine, pure silk. While they feel slinky, that should not be allowed to be a word. And kind of hot. I'm reaching for the dress when Christian enters unannounced. Wow, you could knock. He stands immobilized, staring at me, eyes glimmering hungrily. I blush crimson everywhere. It feels he's wearing a white shirt and black suit pants. The neck of his shirt is open. I can see the lipstick line still in place, and he's staring. He's still staring. I can help you, Mr. Gray. I assume there's some purpose to your visit other than to gawk mindlessly at me. I'm rather enjoying the mindless gawking. Thank you, Miss Steele. He murmurs darkly, stepping further into the room and drinking me in, reminding me of a personal note of thanks to Caroline Acton. That so makes me think of all of the 5 Nights at Freddy's because of Afton. Seriously, couldn't have taken it a little further. The personal shopper at Neiman's, he says, spookily answering my unspoken question. Oh, I'm quite distracted. I can see that. What do you want, Christian? I give him a no-nonsense stare. She's not capable. She's so not capable of any of that, ever in the history of ever. Still loving all the rainbow hearts in the chat. They are the best thing ever. Whoa. Okay, person is not here. He retaliates with a crook smile and pulls the silver ball thing from his pocket, stopping me in my tracks. Holy shit. He wants to spank me? Now? Why? It's not what you think, he says quickly. Enlighten me, I whisper. I thought you could wear these tonight. And the implications of that sentence hang between us as the idea sinks in. To this event? I'm shocked. He nods slowly, his eyes darkening. Oh my. Will you spank me later? I'm not even up. No. For a moment, I feel a tiny fleeting stab of disappointment. He chuckles. You want me to? I swallow. I gaze at him. He looks so weirdly tempting. Unkempt, recently fucked hair. Dark eyes dancing with erotic thoughts. His lips rasped in sexy amused smile. Okay, I acquiesced softly. Hell yes, my inner goddess has found her voice and is shouting from the rooftops. Good girl. Christian grins. Come here, and I'll put them in. Once you put your shoes on. My shoes? I turn and glance at the dove gray suede stilettos that match the dress I've chosen to wear. Okay, I'm sorry. Suede is like an outdated fabric at this time, and I guarantee you, no shoes were ever made out of suede because it's such a fucking temperamental fabric that whatever the fuck you walk through, like you couldn't suede, like you can't walk through a puddle, you can't walk through anything with suede. Suede's like fucking temperamental and shouldn't be used as like clothing. It's not like, I'm sorry, there are no shoes made out of suede. Okay, that's not a thing. That's bullshit. That is absolutely fucking bullshit. He holds out his hand to support me while I step into the Christian Louis Vuitton shoes, a steal at $3,295. I must be at least 5 inches taller now. I don't care how tall they are, especially Louis Vuitton knows that you don't make fucking $3,000 shoes out of suede because nobody's gonna fucking wear those because suede is a notoriously like fabric that you cannot take anywhere. Having it as a jacket is one thing, but shoes walking around with like foot sweat and like stepping in dog shit and like fucking just walking around sweat in general. You do not make suede out of shoes ever. Ever, 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 ever. This is not a thing. And like I have pictures of my mom in fucking turquoise like fringe jackets from Calgary in the 70s, okay? She knew about suede. She had a couple suede jackets. You do not make shoes out of suede. Ever! This is not a thing. He leads me to the bedside and doesn't sit, but walks over to the only chair in the room. Picking it up, he carries it over and places it in front of me. And when I nod and bend down and hold on to the chair, understand? When I nod, you bend down and hold on to the chair, understand? Oh, are we finally? Is this finally the him doing her anal scene? Because I think it might be. It says you never heard the word slanky, really? Because that's so a thing. I'm sorry, Sathiel, and wherever you grew up, but that wow is slanky. Yeah, yeah, no, 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 yeah, no, yeah, no, all the above, all the above. For one, all the above, right here. Because that's a combination of words. Sleazy and skeezy combine into slanky. And yeah, and yes, it is absolutely 100%. And I'm sorry you've never heard that before. I certainly have. I grew up being called a lot worse. Um, no, it's not. It's not one of those things used by young people. It's just a term. It's probably a regionalism, if anything.
But I still
Um,
say it applies to E.L. James in the books.
oh yeah, entirely. Mark, I'm leaving you in charge for 5 seconds because I really have to be.
Oh, good lord. And I'm busy trying to set fire to my place, but look at it.
Oh, then turn the camera on and show us some fire.
I can't
Look,
turn the camera on,
I
it
like
doesn't bloody
fire.
work.
Look, fire. Look, fire. Get a camera that works. $5 plug and play. Somebody send Mark $5 so he can get a plug and play camera that works.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get one here for $5. $35 maybe. Set fire to the ashtray. Set fire to the ashtray. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We're flying at 15,000 feet. The left wing is missing, and the right wing is on fire. Probably gonna die, but never mind.
Mark, what have you done?
I just declared that Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. This is Speedbird
Why are there
69 Heavy.
flames and not ducks? Because I'm seeing flames and not ducks. And why are there flames and not ducks? Also,
Because
thank you, Sethel, for supporting. Thank you. But
the ducks don't exist anymore.
yes, they do.
Well, no, they don't, because
Yeah, they do.
we ingested all of the ducks
No,
into the
there's
engines,
ducks.
and
And then what?
now the engines are all on fire,
No, I'm checking. Oh my god.
and the wings hanging off.
Sethel, you're out of your freaking mind. Like, seriously. Oh my god, I love you. But oh my god, I love you. You're so the best. But oh my god. What did you do? What did you do? What did you do? And yes, there would be ducks. But what did you do? I'm not talking to you, Mark. I'm talking to Sethel. What did you do? What did you do? What did you do? What did you do? And thank you. You're an angel. And you're
We
seeing
set
my
fire to the ducks.
wife in my face. No, you didn't. No, you did not. No, you did not. Okay, sit down. I know you're still in chat. I need you to confirm that no ducks were harmed. I need you to sit down, please. You're an angel among men, and you deserve to have a virgin 18-year-old hot kinky as fuck wife who is willing to go down on you 5 minutes out of every 10 of every day. But confirm that no ducks were harmed, please, if you could, that no ducks were harmed in the making of. Thank you. See, this is my proof. See, Sethel is with the ducks. He understands the power of the ducks, and that there are ducks, and there's power in the ducks, and there's being ducks, and you don't screw with the no, because ducks are powerful, and there will be ducks. There will be ducks.
We roasted the ducks.
They're absolutely, now it is confirmed. There will be ducks in 2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks, there will be ducks. And I have plans. I have crafty plans. I'm gonna build. I'm not kidding. I'm gonna build a stage and possibly a hat and multiple stages and levels of ducks. There's gonna be ducks. It's gonna be epic with the ducks. You have no idea. You have no idea what I am up to. I have plans, and I'm a dangerous genius. A friend of mine once told me I couldn't watch Mythbusters because watching one of them, I came up with a plan to blow up several buildings in a row with minimal effort, and she said you shouldn't watch that anymore because you're dangerous.
Yeah, not a good idea to blow up buildings.
I didn't say I would do it. I didn't say I actually planned to do this. I just said that from one of the episodes, something they did gave me the idea that if I wanted to blow up a lot of buildings in a row while only actually blowing up one, but having an ongoing effect, so like maximum return on minimal effort, that it came from that. And then she said, you can't watch that show anymore. I'm not saying she was wrong, but I'm not saying she was wrong. Oh, I should put no, because that's definitely more than 25. Yeah, no, I should put the cups on. For real. I should definitely, ow, put them on really tight, because that's definitely over the, yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to, wait. I'm getting the other one. Hold on.
There's a lady here who was recently jailed for saying that they should blow up a mosque with everybody in it.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, somebody said that?
Yeah, as part of these riots that are going on.
Which? Please define country when you're. I'm sorry,
UK,
you gotta give me a little more.
Where I'm from.
Okay, so where you're from, why are they rioting? What's the. Why? Ow.
Because there are a bunch of assholes in this country who.
I lost my place. Ow! No, I lost my place. Fuck. Ow. Ah! Can't turn the book. Ow! What the fuck? No, I lost my place. God damn it! No, there. Okay, no, wait, what? No, I lost my place. Fuck! I don't know. Senthel, I don't know what you're saying from last month. I don't know. If it's ducks, Mark shot them, not me.
There were 3 little girls that were stabbed to death.
In the Taylor Swift dance class. I remember. Yeah. Did they caught
and they're using that as an excuse to basically have race riots.
Wait, they did catch the guy that did that, or yes?
Yeah. They caught him. He was arrested.
Yeah. And there was another. There was like another.
There's been another more recent. Yeah. There's been recent event.
Excuse me. Ow.
It's not linked that I know of.
Oh.
Yeah, they're cracking down on people who have said things online that.
Right, because that's the answer to fucking A. Yeah, blame the internet. Yeah, because I worked so hard for Tipper Gore, and her husband totally got reelected legitimately. Wasn't the worst president ever. Second worst. When I nod, you bend down and hold on to the chair. Understand? His voice is husky. Yes. Good. Now open your mouth. This is where I'm gonna throw up. This is where I'm gonna vomit profusely over all of everything because blowjobs are abusive no matter what. And when he's definitely forcing it like this, I'm definitely gonna fucking vomit. I do as I'm told, thinking he's going to put the balls in my mouth to lubricate them. No, he slips his index finger in. Oh, suck, he says, and I reach up and clasp his hand, holding him steadily and do as I'm told. See, I can be obedient. What I want. I'm gonna fucking set the I'm gonna you that is borderline. You are 50% from getting banned from my chat for that. I understand you're joking and in the context I'll allow, but god damn you, that is exactly what makes me want to vomit on you. And I've had a cock shove so far down my throat that I literally was vomiting and couldn't stop it, even that was not consensual. Not that he understood that or anyone ever reported it to, and that's
Damn
the last
straight.
time
He's
I
just
was
sucking his
part
own
of
bloody
a
finger.
and that's the last time I was part of an organized religion when they basically said I wanted it and it was my goddamn fault. Even though he was such a stalker lunatic that literally the way I met this person was I needed a lift to a certain place to drop off a security deposit on a Saturday afternoon, and his sister, who is a member of the church, he recently had become one out of like nowhere. We never heard of him. I'd been a member of the church for 5 years. I didn't even know she had a brother, and said like, "Oh, he can drive you," and he did, and I dropped it off, and it was fine. And then I was like, "Let's go for lunch at Timmy's," because I was being kind and like trying to do something nice for him because he gave me a ride. And then while we were literally having lunch, I've known this guy for 15 minutes. He confesses to me that his ex girlfriend of like 3 years, they were going out, they were engaged, but he's been stalking her for 2 to 3 years. And that a prominent member of the church had been quote unquote rehabbing him and leading him into Jesus and less away from stalking his girlfriend. And he admitted to me there and then, the first day that I ever actually met him while we were eating sandwiches at Timmy's, that he had been lying to this prominent member of the church, basically saying that, oh, yeah, thanks to your religious believing and teaching and praying together, I'm no longer stalking her and I'm totally in love with Jesus and ready for a decent relationship. Well, he also told me himself that he had been up till 3 a.m. last night, sitting outside her apartment, actively stalking her, as he had been doing every single day since they broke up, and had in fact intimidated and nearly stabbed two of the men trying to court her after him because they'd been broken up for like 3 years. And he had been actively stalking her by literally following her around town and sitting outside her apartment and watching her through the windows at night. That was his introduction to me. And then when he wound up like seriously sexually assaulting, raping me, the church said it was my fault. And that was the end of my association with the church. And yes, I should have listened to my therapist and reported him to the police at the time. The problem is I was about 4 days past being 18, so she legally couldn't report it herself because I'm an adult at that stage and she can't without my permission. And I denied her, and I shouldn't have. But this is the same thing. This is the exact same thing. It's saying, like, for other reasons, don't make him accountable for, or that religion/therapy is outside of actual law, which is bullshit. It's like, no. Law is still law. You are still a fucking creep. I don't care if you coach it in religion or therapy or I'm getting better or whatever. You still did the bad thing and you still need to go to jail. But no, I'm a fucking whore because somehow I tempted him or what the fuck ever, even though I never did in any way. And I don't deserve that shit. When I nod, you bend down and hold onto the chair, understand? His voice is husky. Yes. Good. Now open your mouth, he orders, his voice still low. I do as I'm told, thinking he's going to put the balls in my mouth to lubricate them. No, he slips his index finger in. Oh. Suck, he says. I reach up and clasp his hand, holding him steady as I do as I'm told. See, I can be obedient when I want. He tastes of soap. Mmm. I suck hard, and I'm rewarded when his eyes widen and his lips part as he inhales. I'm not going to need any lubricant at this rate. He puts the balls in his mouth as I fillet his finger, twirling my tongue around it. When he tries to withdraw it, I clamp my teeth down. So literally, she's just like biting one of his fingers off. This is not like, I'm sorry, none of this is sexy. None of this whatsoever is sexy in any way. This is disgusting and stupid. This is really stupid. Because this is not sexy. He grins and then shakes his head, admonishing me, so I let go. He nods and I bend down and grasp the sides of the chair. He moves my panties to one side and very slowly slides a finger into me, circling leisurely. So I feel him on all sides. I can't help the moan that escapes from my lips. I would honestly be staring at him with like the deadest fish, cold, bored eyes. He withdraws his finger briefly and with tender care inserts the balls one at a time, pushing them deep inside me. Once they're in position, he smooths my panties back into place and kisses my backside, running his hands up each of my legs from ankle to thigh. He kisses the tops of each thigh where my thigh highs end. When was it established he put on stockings? I'm sorry, this whole scene is like so fucking anatomically confused. You have fine, fine legs, Miss Steele, he murmurs. Standing, he grasps my hips and pulls my behind against him so I feel his erection. Maybe I'll have you this way when we get home, Anastasia. You can stand now. Okay, here I'm gonna make my final point. Because she said no more rules, no more BDSM crap, no more controlling bullshit, and all that he has done since then, while saying, yeah, sure, baby, I'll punish you for breaking any of my rules, which technically he has lived up to in these 2 chapters, he is also still holding her accountable to all of his rules. He has not changed a fucking thing. And he has no intention of doing so. He's only not, like, physically beating the shit out of her or violently raping her as a punishment for when she breaks his rules. Though he's still bitching about it. She's basically still following his rules without, like, him saying them. All they've done is remove the words, not the actions. He's still a fucking stalker, useless bastard. And I maintain he's not good at sex. I maintain this man is like, he's a what did I hear? Um 2-pump chump, I think was the term. I feel giddy, beyond aroused as the weight of the balls push and pull inside me. Leaning down from behind me, Christian kisses my shoulder. I brought these for you to wear at last Saturday's gala. He puts his arm around me and holds his hand out. In his palm rests a small red box with Cartier inscribed on the lid. But you left me, so I never had the opportunity to give them to you. Oh, this is my second chance, he murmurs, his voice stiff with an unnamed emotion. He is nervous. If you know he's nervous, why is it an unnamed emotion? Just trying to make sure I can feel something in the morning. Ow. Better. Tentatively, I reach for the box and open it. Inside shines a pair of drop earrings. Each has 4 diamonds, one at the base, then a gap, then 3 perfectly spaced diamonds hanging one after the other. They're beautiful, simple, and classic. What would I have chosen what I would have chosen myself if they were given the if I were given the opportunity to shop at Cartier. They're lovely, I whisper. And because they're second chance earrings, I love them. Thank you. What does she mean, second chance? I'm sorry, I'm saying what? Also, my fan is blown off and it's not blowing on my face where I need it. There we go. That's better. That's better. It does. Cethel, thank you. Thank you, Cethel. Yeah. Yeah, no, this sounds really fucking confusing. I have no idea what he's. No, I really don't know. I'm reading verbatim. I'm reading line for line, okay? So I don't know, but. Uh. Case of so. He grins and shakes his head, admonishing me, so I let go. He nods and I bend down and grasp the sides of the chair. He moves my panties to one side and very slowly slides a finger into me, circling leisurely. So I feel him on all sides. I can't help feel the moan that escapes from my lips. He withdraws his finger briefly and with tender care inserts the balls one at a time, pushing them deep inside me. Once they're in position, he smooths my panties back into place and kisses my backside, running his hand up each of my legs from ankle to thigh. He gently kisses the top of each thigh where my thigh highs end. You have fine, fine legs, Miss Steele, he murmurs. Standing, he grasps my hips and pulls my behind against him so I feel his erection. Maybe I'll have you this way when we get home, Anastasia. You can stand now. I feel giddy, beyond aroused as the weight of the balls push and pull inside me, leaning down from behind me as Christian kisses my shoulder. Also, I
He's
know it.
actually got his balls inside.
Yeah, if it was his real balls, that would be a thing. But these silver, like on a
Oh,
string
thank God for
balls,
that. I was about to
yeah.
say, ow.
No, these silver. I own several pairs. I own dozens of these. They're basically Benoit balls for the vagina, or they are
All right.
literally just silver rocks on a string. And I'm sorry, but they aside from like if they get really pushed in, and I mean in, not the lips, but the actual opening, you feel them for a second, but other than that, you don't feel shit.
Hmm.
So no, I bought these for you to wear to last Saturday's gala. He puts his arm around me and holds his hand out. In his palm rests a small red box Cartier inscribed on the label. But you left me, so I never had the opportunity to give them to you. Oh, I would also like to know Cartier, fabulous 300-year-old jewelry store. Do you actually make silver ball sex toys? I would like an official answer from the official Cartier website, please. Do you make silver ball sex toys that come in a red box marked Cartier? I would just like to know, please. This is my second. Tentatively, I reach for the box and open it. Inside shines a pair of drop ear. Wait, I read this. He relied. I've entered an alternative universe. The young woman staring back at me looks worthy of a red carpet. Her strapless, floor length silver satin gown is simply stunning. Maybe I'll write to Caroline Acton myself, which is making me think of Aunt Anton from Five Nights at Freddy's. Just saying. I have kept my makeup to a minimum natural look. Eyeliner, mascara, a little pink blush, and a pale pink lipstick. That's not natural. Mascara is never natural, nor is blush. I really don't need the blush. I'm a little flustered from the constant movement of the silver balls. Yes, they'll guarantee I have some color to my cheeks tonight. I don't understand this. Anyone in the chat, you want to explain to me how having these balls inside you gives rise to color in your cheeks? Please do so, because at the moment I'm calling bullshit. Fully formidable bullshit. Shaking my head at the audacity of Christian's erotic ideas, I lean down and collect my satin wrap and silver clutch purse. and go off in search of my 50 shades. Uh, Ow. Yes, it is. It really, 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 really is. Yeah, yes, exactly. Sadell, you are right. You are right, my darling. Ow, 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 ow. Turning this all the way around my wrist, no matter how much it hurts. Ow. Okay, did it. But fucking A, ow. We're talking to Taylor and three other men in the hallways. Back to me, their surprised, apprehensive expression alerted Christian's presence to me. He turns and I stand and wind awkwardly. My mouth dries and he looks stunning. Black dinner suit, black bow tie, and his expression gazes at me when I'm on and strolling. Anastasia, you look breathtaking. I flush at this compliment in front of Taylor and the other men. A glass of champagne before we go? Please, I murmur, far too quickly. Christian nods to Taylor, heads into the foyer with his three cohorts. In the great room, Christian retrieves a bottle of champagne from the fridge. Security team? I ask. Close protection. They're under Taylor's control. He's trained in that too. Christian hands me a champagne flute. He's very versatile. Yes, he is. Christian smiles. You look lovely, Anastasia. Cheers. He raises a glass and I clink it with mine. The champagne is a pale rose color. It tastes delicious, crisp and light. How are you feeling? He asks. I, the okay, hiccuping's not allowed. Here you go. You're going to need this. He hands me a large velvet pouch that was. I'm not having hiccups right now. Open it, he says between sips of champagne. Intrigued, I reach into the bag and pull out an intricate silver masquerade mask with cobalt blue feathers and a plume crowning the top. It's a masked ball, he states matter of factly. I see. The mask is beautiful. A silver ribbon is threaded around the edges. An exquisite filigree is etched around the eyes. Okay, again, this is what it's supposed to look like. Seriously, the mask is described as being so much more. Also, I own this. I own this because it costs $1.99 because this is glitter glue on the base and the feather that is photoshopped. Because I own this mask and it doesn't come with that. That's photoshopped. And that's why it blends into the cover because it's the wrong color black. But even the mask they show is not the one described because she said it has ribbon. It is like for real. Well, I lost a bookmark somewhere because I'm nearing the end of this chapter and I lost a bookmark. Oops. Uh, I'll fix it. Color where? I don't know, Sadell. I need more reference. Yeah, so they'll drop me a note. Oh, color. What color? Also, you spell color like an American. Close protection. They're under Taylor. Here, you're going. Mass ball. Wait, going on. Oh, this is going to be fun. Come, I want to show you something. Holding out his hand, he leads me onto the hallway to a door beside the stairs. He opens it, revealing a large room roughly the same size as his playroom, which must be directly above us. There's a kitty going meow. Thomas! Thomas! I think, okay, he might be stuck. I might have to get up for a second. Seriously. Seriously, he gets stuck sometimes. And I heard climbing and then meow, which usually means he's stuck. He is a brain damaged kitty. He never learned how to retract his claws. Thomas! Thomas! Okay, I'm just gonna get up for 2 seconds and check on him. Okay, I'm only taking one hand off, but I gotta check on the kitty, because seriously, I think he's stuck. Okay, 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Thomas? Thomas, where are you? Thomas? Kitty? Hey. Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming. This is why you don't close the Okay, Kitty's off the curtains. He's not happy about it. No, I was right. He climbed up the curtains again and then fell down, and he doesn't know how to. He learned how to hook his claws in, but never how to let go. So he gets stuck, and then he's just hanging there, literally. I'm aware you're American. I still spell better than you being dyslexic. What? Okay, I need more detail on the balls and color thing, because I don't know. Okay, but I've got these on extra tight circulation cutting off just for you. Oh. Well, maybe Dr. Flynn can uncover your secrets. You'll meet him this evening. The expensive charlatan. Holy cow. The very same. He's dying to meet you. I agree with her interpretation that Dr. Flynn is an expensive charlatan. Because he is obviously fucking crap. Like I said, he's worse than the therapist in Split, who is one of the worst movie therapists in the history of ever. Because she gets like 47 messages saying, help! And then does nothing to commit an obviously unstable patient and then gets murdered by him. And spoilers for M. Night Shyamalan's best movie in 30 years. Though I believe that Signs was absolutely fucking amazing. Because people just don't fucking understand it, and that was the last movie that made sense. The people went for the Michael Bay stupid instead. Christian takes my hand and gently skims his thumb across my knuckles as we sit in the back of the Audi heading north. I squirm and feel the sensation in my groin. I resist the urge to moan as Taylor is in front of us, not wearing his iPod, with one of the security guys whose name I think is Sawyer. There's a kitty loudly meowing at me in the background because he's pissed off right now. Did you hear that? Mark?
No, I had engines in my ear.
You didn't hear the kitty?
No.
Because he's being very loud in his being a kiddiness. Because he's pissed off that just because he's stuck on the curtains doesn't mean he needs to be rescued from the curtains. And how dare you? Because he's a kitty. Like, do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he thinks he's the king of everything around here, except he's a klutzy little. Not that I don't love him, but he tried to ram his head through the window one too many times trying to get a pigeon, and I think he did some brain damage. I'm beginning to feel a dull, pleasurable ache between my belly, caused by the balls. Idly, I wonder how long I'll be able to manage without some relief. I cross my legs. As I do so, something that's been gnawing at me in the back of my mind suddenly surfaces. Where did you get the lipstick? I ask Christian quietly. He smirks at me and points towards the front. Taylor, he mouths. I burst out laughing. Oh, and stop suddenly. The balls. I'm sorry, I've walked around with toys internally. Making you laugh does not make them do fucking anything. And in actuality, this is quite a stupid thing to do to submissive because, while initially intriguing, once they're in, you really don't feel them the fuck all. So unless they're remote controlled vibrating devices, which these aren't, she's not even gonna know they're there. They're not gonna do fuck all because she won't feel them at all. I bite my lip. Christian smiles at me, his eyes gleaming wickedly. He knows exactly what he's doing. Sexy beast that he is. Since when? Relax, he breathes. If it's too much. His voice trails off and he gently kisses each knuckle in turn, and then gently sucks the tip of my little finger. None of this is sexy at all. I know he's doing this on purpose. I close my eyes as dark desire unfolds through my body. I surrender briefly to the sensation, my muscles clenching deep inside me. When I open my eyes again, Christian is regarding me closely. A dark prince. It must be the dinner jacket and the bow tie, but he looks older, sophisticated, devastatingly handsome. Rua. Okay, this is the word as it is spelt in this book. I've never seen it before, and I think there's a typo in here because I think I know what she's going for, but this ain't fucking it. Now bless my play. Roue with a right facing accent aigu, which is not a word. Roue with a left slant, right slant. That's not a word. With lascivious intent. He simply takes my breath away, and I'm I'm in his sexual thrall. And if I'm to believe him, he's in mine. He's never said that. Can I just say, he said he's sexually attracted to her in a lot of ways, but he's never, ever said that he is sexually beholden to her in any way. Only that he wants to have her more than he has others, or in different ways, but not that he's in any way enthralled to her as she is to him, as he's very carefully and like torturously, literally, cultivated. There's a line of expensive cars heading up the driveway of the gray mansion. Long, pale pink paper lanterns hang over the drive as we inch closer in the Audi, and I can see that everywhere in the early evening light they look magical, as if we're entering an enchanted kingdom. I glance at Christian. How suitable for a prince, and my childish excitement blooms, eclipsing all other feelings. Masks on, Christian grins as he dons a simple black mask. My prince becomes something darker, more sensual. All I can see of its face is its beautiful mouth and strong jaw. The word jaw is in italics. I want to know why. My heartbeat lurches at the sight of him, and I fasten my mask and ignore the hunger deep in my body. Taylor pulls into the driveway, and a valet opens Christian's door. Sawyer leaps out to open mine. Ready? Christian asks. As I'll ever be. You look beautiful, Anastasia. And he kisses my hand and exits the car. A deep green carpet runs along the lawn to one side of the house, leading to the impressive grounds at the rear. Christian has a protective arm around me, resting his hand on my waist. As we follow the green carpet with a steady stream of Seattle's elite, dressed in their finery, wearing all manner of masks, the lanterns lighting the way. Two photographers marshal guests to pose for pictures against the backdrop of an ivory-strewn arbor. Why? I'm just saying, this is a society party. Why would you have like a, not only one, but two photographers on what amounts to the red carpet up to your own fucking house for a society party? Why? Like, you'd have that at a prom, and obviously this scene was literally taken from the prom scene in End of Eclipse, and that's what it's copying. But seriously, this is a private party. They would not have their own version of the red fucking carpet with fucking photographers doing the couples photos as people walk in. This would not happen because this is a grown-up party and not a high school prelude to fuckfest at all. I need both my hands. I'm taking one of these off only per second. I have both of them cutting off circulation, so I'm allowed a second. Okay. No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. No. If he's like that, he's like, what was in the, fuck. Why can't I remember the word? God damn it. The good Fantastic Four movies, the second one, The Silver Surfer, with, Ian Gilfoyle and, Michael Chiklis and Julian McMahon and Jessica Alba. the original Fantastic Four movies of Galactus. Silver Surfer says that serve Galactus, and then they fucked over the character. But that sounds like you're saying Galactus is approaching and about to eat the world. And I know they fucked it over in that movie and they didn't do it justice, and he was like a cloud monster for bullshit because they didn't know how to do villains. But that line feels like I feel like the battery powered of what? I'm the battery powered of it. I'm the inferior and competent version of anything. I was enjoying the view. Does that mean I should flash my tits? Because I can totally do that. Like, my top is so utterly soaked, I can completely flash my tits at any second if you want or so demand. You've certainly paid for it. So, yeah. And don't think I won't do it. Are you kidding me? You think I give a flying? I will so do it. I'm out of juice. I'm out of juice. There's no more. I don't have any juice. There's no more strawberry, blueberry. Water. Fuck! Hit my book. God damn it! I poured in. This is not okay. This is not okay with the pouring. This is not okay. No, this is not okay. I didn't spill on the tie and the book and the shirt all at the same time. I didn't do that. No, this is not okay. I didn't do this. No, this is not okay. Mark, quack. You saying no or are you saying not now? Ugh. Ew. Ugh. Yep, water on the book. I'm trying to be so careful. Like, no, I haven't burned the other book yet. I'm trying. Wait, I forgot to. God damn it. Stupid. Okay, I'm not an idiot. I'm not an idiot. I didn't forget the number at the back on. The back on. And, ow, 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 ow. Ow, that really hurt. But worth it. Ow. Where was I? Wait, there were words. Two photographers, asked Christian. One's from the Seattle Times, the other's for a souvenir. We'll be able to buy a copy later. Why would you have souvenir photos at your own house? That's something you do at Disney World and try to scam like $75 out of people for bullshit. Why would you do this? Oh, my picture is in the press again. Layla briefly enters my mind. Is this how she found me? Posing with Christian. Yes! And if he actually gave a flying fuck about you, he would not be doing this right now. The thought is unsettling, though it's comforting that I'm unrecognizable beneath my mask. Not how that works! I'm not hiccuping right now. At the end of the line, white suited servers hold trays of. I'm gonna say what, like pot of gras or something illegal. Glasses brimming with champagne, and I'm grateful when Christian passes me a glass, effectively distracting me from my dark thoughts. We approach a large white pergola hung with smaller versions of paper lanterns. Beneath it shines a black and white checkered dance floor surrounded by a low fence with entrances on three sides. Standing at each entrance are two elaborate ice sculptures of swans. The north side of the pergola is occupied by a stage where a string quartet is playing softly, a haunting, ethereal piece I don't recognize. The stage is set for a big band, but there's no sign of musicians. I am not stuffy so much that I can't talk. Ugh! I figure this must be for later. Taking my hand, Christian leads me between the swans onto the dance floor, where other guests are congregating, chatting over glasses of champagne. Towards the shoreline stands an enormous tent, open on the side nearest to us, so I can glimpse the formally arranged tables and chairs. There's so many. How many people are coming? Asked Christian, thrown by the scale of the tent. About 300. You'll have to ask my mother. He smiles down at me. Christian, A young woman appears out of the throng and throws her arms around her neck, and immediately I know she's Mia. She's dressed in a sleek, pale pink, full-length chiffon gown with a stunning, delicately detailed Venetian mask to match. Again, in the movie, if she had been wearing this would have been a hell of a lot better than the I don't remember her that we got. Like, seriously. E.L. James's descriptions of settings in this book might be grandiose or garish, but at least you'd remember them on film a lot more than the bland, generic, no memory, everything is wallpaper bullshit that was in the movie. Seriously, call out one set from the movies, one distinctive location, one costume from the entire thing that anyone was wearing that caught your eye. Or did they deliberately just make it the most bland, boring garbage ever? Even though I'm not saying any of this in the book is good, but I am saying it is distinctive. So if you had done it, it would be a lot more memorable than the generic crap you put on screen. And with that budget, Jesus Christ. If ever there was a movie that blatantly, like, just embezzled to the top, like, come on. Quack! I shoot a quick panicked glance at Christian, who shrugs in resignation. I know she's impossible. I had to live with her for years away. And Mia leads me over to a group of 4 younger women, all expensively attired and impeccably groomed. Oh, so she's a stupid slut. No joke. Mia hastily makes introductions. 3 of them are sweet and kind, but Lily, I think their name is, registers me sour from beneath her red mask. Of course, we all thought Christian was gay, she says snidely, concealing her rancor with a large fake smile. Mia pouts at her. Lily, behave yourself. It's obvious he has excellent taste in women. He was waiting for the right run to come along, and it wasn't you. Seriously, this is the only time we're going to hear this character, and we need to hear that some bitchy ass friend of his sister is bitched off that he never fucked her, really? We need to hear this right now. Are you dead? Can somebody throw a herd of ducks at Mark? Ladies, if I could claim my date back, please. Snaking his arm around my waist, Christian pulls me to his side. All 4 women flush, grin, and fidget, his dazzling smile doing what it always does. Mia glances at me and rolls her eyes, and I have to laugh. Lovely to meet you, I say as he drags me away. Thank you, I mouth at Christian when we're some distance away. I saw that Lily was with Mia. She's one nasty piece of work. She likes you, I mutter dryly. He shudders. Well, the feeling's not mutual. Come, let me introduce you to some people. Mark, are you alive over there, or do I literally need to send ducks?
I'm alive. I'm just multitasking.
Well, then say quack when asked to, please. Otherwise, people worry.
When did I get asked to?
Like 3 minutes ago, I literally spoke to you like 5 sentences. I'm not kidding.
I didn't hear you.
I know you didn't hear me, but I'm for real not playing. I did speak to you and you didn't answer, and I was a little worried.
No, I'm still here.
Okay, please don't make me worry. I care about you. I spend the next half hour in a whirlwind of introductions. I meet 2 Hollywood actors, 2 more CEOs. Put in the chats who are the 2 Hollywood actors you think that she met at a party hosted by Christian Grey Chevalier, so that puts it across both book series, so in America and England. Mark, you included. Who are the 2 Hollywood actors that he met at this party? Please put names in the chat because I would love to laugh at them. Please. And
I don't know.
several eminent physicians. Michael Jackson, Matthew Perry is all I'm saying at that. There's no way I'm going to remember everyone's name. Does anyone even know the name of the 5 people charged with the murder of Matthew Perry? Like, seriously. And who the fuck gives a drug addict fucking ketamine treatment, which, by the way, so much bullshit. That is not a recognized treatment. It's fucking bullshit. It's pseudoscience, legal crap. It is not recognized. You are a drug dealer. I love the fact that if you go to med school for 4 years, you can be a legal drug dealer for the history of ever and get paid billions of dollars, and it's perfectly legal. Unless when your clients die, and then you might, maybe, 1 in like 10, be held accountable, but you still have millions and millions and millions of dollars that you got absolutely legal drug dealing just because you went to school long enough to have an MD behind your name, even if you were the most incompetent idiot to ever cross a med school. As long as you technically graduated, you get to just prescribe all the Schedule 1 narcotics you want to anyone willing to pay for them. What a great fucking career. I really wish when I'd been considering becoming a psychiatrist, but actually didn't because I didn't trust myself with literally that level of power. And that's why I didn't pursue that career or being a hacker. Same reason. But great that people did who could make billions giving drug addicts all the drugs they want until they die. And then they're surprised when it's like, oh, I legally prescribed like 1 billion overdoses and eventually the actor I was prescribing it to died. How dare you accuse me of like doing anything wrong? Yeah, you belong under the jail, ass clown. And yet the guy who murdered Michael Jackson, and I still think he was a creep pedophile, but I don't think he deserved to be murdered, and the guy who murdered him still believes should be in jail for the rest of his life. I think he got like what, 4 years? And then he was out because it was like malpractice instead of murder. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like the amount of fake prescriptions they found on him and still he got like a nothing jail sentence? And I'm sure Michael Jackson wasn't the only person that he killed. Seriously? And now the Matthew Perry trial is the same thing again. It's literally the exact same thing. You have another Hollywood pill pusher who is legally described as the ketamine queen and who gave a known drug addict high dose ketamine and unlimited access. And guess what? He fucking died. Are you stupid? Are you kidding me? Like, she needs to be buried under the jail and everyone with her, but nobody's ever going to see her for what she is. They're going to say this was malpractice, it was a mistake. No, she's a drug dealer, you fucking morons. The fact that she had a fucking license doesn't make her not a drug dealer. She's just as guilty as like Pablo Escobar or like every other drug kingpin ever. You just gave her a license to do it, which let her not get caught for 40 years. She's worse than any of them. Lily, behave yourself. It's in like some taste. Ladies, if I could claim my date back, please. Blah blah. I saw that Lily was with Mia. She's one nasty piece of work. She likes you, I murmured dryly. He shudders. Well, the feeling's not mutual. Come, let me introduce you to some people. Blah blah. Christian keeps me close at his side, and I'm grateful. Frankly, the wealth, the glamour, the sheer lavish scale of the event intimidate me. I've never been to anything like this in my life. The white suited servers move effortlessly through the growing crowds of guests, with bottles of champagne topping off my glass with worrying regularity. I must not drink too much. I must not drink too much, I repeat to myself, and I'm beginning to feel lightheaded. I don't know if it's the champagne. The changed atmosphere of mystery and excitement created by the mass, or the secret silver balls, the dull ache below my waist becoming impossible to ignore. Okay, I'm calling bullshit on the effectively sober boss because, again, unless they're vibrating and remote controlled and he's activating them, she ain't feeling shit. They're in there, but I guarantee you she can't feel them. And also, two, this whole like being intimidated by the crowd and the mask and the bullshit, like, fuck off. I'm sorry, but fuck the hell off. Like, this is so much stupid. Say work at SAP, asked a balding gentleman in a bear or is it a dog half mask. Heard the rumors of a hostile takeover. Like that wouldn't have made the papers, or she literally works there for the editor in chief as his assistant, and what, she didn't hear that there was a hostile takeover days after she arrived? Really? She didn't hear any word of this, and had to be like caught off guard that her like psychotic boyfriend bought it? Really? Because nobody would have talked about this while it actually happened. Fucking A. Ladies and gentlemen, the master of ceremonies, wearing an impressive black and white harlequin mask, interrupts us. Please take your seats. Dinner is served. I so wish that was true right now. Like meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and peas. When have I had last time meatloaf? It's been like a year. I need meatloaf. That's what I'm saying. Also, I need to be a better cook. Christian takes my hand and we follow the chattering crowd into the large tent. The interior is stunning. Three enormous, shallow candelabras throw rainbow colored sparkles over the ivory silk lining of the steel. What? I'm sorry, I need to read this again because I think she just wrote the impossible. The interior is stunning. Three enormous, shallow chandeliers throw rainbow colored sparkles over the ivory silk lining of the ceiling and walls. There must be at least 30 tables, and they remind me of the private dining room at the Heathman Hotel. Crystal glasses, sharp white linen covering the tables and chairs, and in the center, an exquisite display of pale pink peonies gathered around a silver candelabra, wrapped in gossamer silk. Is in a beside it is a basket of goodies. Okay, I'm getting a very tacky fire hazard from that. Mark,
What?
are you awake?
Yes.
Does that sound like a very tacky fire hazard to you?
And does what sound like a very tacky fire hazard to me?
Three enormous shallow candelabras throwing rainbow colored sparkles over ivory silk, lining the ceiling and walls.
Yeah, that sounds a bit like a fire trap.
Thank you. Christian consults the seating plan and leads me to a table in the center. Mia and Grace Trevelyan Gray are already in situ, deep in conversation with a young man I don't know. That must be his mother, because we have established that Grace Trevelyan is actually uh, Maxim Trevelyan's mother as well. So this young man must be Heath, her lover from the other book, because clearly it's the same person and she's maintaining two families, one on each side of the pond, right, Mark?
More than likely.
Thank you. Grace is wearing a shimmering mint green gown with a Venetian mask to match. Again, why the movie couldn't bear this out? Because, like, fucking, it's written A, and you did it really cheaply and stupid. She looks radiant, not stressed at all, and she greets me warmly. Anna, how delightful to see you again. And looking so beautiful, too. Mother, Christian greets her stiffly and kisses her on both cheeks. Oh, Christian, so formal. She scolds him teasingly. Grace's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Trevelyan, join us at our table. Wow, I didn't know her parents were actually there for real. Okay, I gotta take this off for 1 second because I gotta pour a drink. And I can't move my arms. Ow, okay, that didn't actually take it off enough. I need wait, ow. I'll make up for it. I know, really? Like, right, it does. I'm sorry, but it does. It so does. It really, really does. It really fucking does. Also, Mark, these ducks are yours. Do you see? These are addressed at you, so please count each and every duck and quack once for each duck. Mark,
Yes.
do you see all the ducks?
Yes, I see all the ducks.
Those are for you.
I've lost so many ducks, I really should not be getting any more ducks.
But they were sent to you. You have to acknowledge them and quack for each duck.
Oh god, I'm not getting some ducks at this time in the morning. It's fucking 6 a.m.
I know it is, but you have been gifted a parcel of ducks, okay?
If I count ducks, I will instantly fall asleep. That's
Okay, I will count them for you. But we will acknowledge this is your parcel of ducks, okay? So you are responsible for these, and I will be checking in on their welfare.
no,
You're being
I refuse to accept the
here's more ducks.
responsibility that they will
No,
die.
here's more. Well, I'm not doing it. I'm sorry. I am not responsible. I am not the benefactor of these ducks. Okay,
I
I am
should not be
not
trusted
the.
with these ducks.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you will have to take that up with Sethael because Sethael is the one gifting you directly these ducks. See, it says at Mark the sarcastic lodge. So clearly it's bypassing me. I am not responsible. I have nothing to do with Sethael giving you about 200 because that's another different one. And that's another different one. So he's giving you about 200 ducks directly from Sethael to you, Mark. And I have nothing to do with this. I am only the existing transfer medium, but I am not
I
the
just want it
possessor of
noted
the
that I will
ducks.
absolutely lose all of these ducks.
Okay, but you are responsible for about 237 ducks, I think is the official count, that you are responsible for because Sethael has gifted you a bevy of beautiful ducks. And really, it's such a gracious thing. And thank you, Sethael. You are a prince among men, and I'm sending you that dragon. You need to send me like your P.O. box so I can send you properly the dragon that is yours, obviously, that I bought only in reserve till I could send it to you, because that's why it came into my possession. Because the universe knew that I would meet you, and it's meant to be your pink dragon that I need to send you. But also, he has sent you like 237 ducks, dude. So, Mark, you have a duck legacy to be like having with the ducks, okay? So you are in possession of like 237 ducks right now. So you need to be very careful because I wish I had that many tiny rubber ducks. Because I really am planning to build things and have pantheons of ducks. But Mark, you outpace me because you have like 237 tiny ducks already gifted to you that you need to be care of. Under rainbow colored sparkling chandeliers and ivory colored ceilings and walls. I'm sorry, that sounds stupid, or like I want to light a match to fucking everything. Christian shakes Sean's hand and regards me shrewdly. Don't tell me that poor Mia suffers from her overbearing brother, too. I smile at Mia in sympathy. Lance and Jamie, Janine. I'm sorry, I have the Handmaid's Tale trauma for Janine. Janine is fucking crazy, but she's so abused. Also, did season 6 of that show come out and nobody told me? Because I saw gifts saying like, "Oh, you want a 7th season?" I'm sorry. Last I saw 3 to 4 years ago was the 5th season of that show, and then COVID happened, and then so was there a 6th season? Did they end it? Because it was written as a 10-season series, but they didn't get that. Did they actually? I'm saying, was there actually a 6th season put out there? Like there are episodes, and I missed them some fucking how, even though I am all up in that shit. And I literally have, I'm not kidding. Last time I went to con, I got stopped by four people who worked on that show because they filmed it here. They filmed it here where I live. So yeah, I got stopped by 2 crew, 1 crew slash actor, and 2 actors. Legitly. Legitly, I have pictures, I can prove it. And they saw me and said, like, hey, you look awesome. Also, thank you for doing credit to our show that we filmed here. So, I'm sorry, was there a sixth season of that and I was somehow oblivious as well as the entire fucking world because I never saw a trailer or an ad or what the fuck ever? And like there's weird rumor. Why are you showing Sparkle? Said they all. I don't understand. What? Okay, I don't understand what this means. Sparkle fire truck. I'm sorry, I don't know what this means. Like I'm trying, but I'm not sure what that means. Um, maybe use a couple of words, please. Uh. No, delightful to see you again. Let's name it. Ceremonies, please. The MacGyver. Polite applause follows, then the babble in the tent starts again. I'm seated between Christian and his grandfather. He has grandparents, really? They definitely got cut out of the movie. I admire the small white place card with the fine silver calligraphy that bears my name as a waiter lights the candelabra with long taper. Karek joins us, kissing me on both cheeks, surprising me. Oh, so Christian's father's a horny asshole too. Um, Oh, Sadell, what's the movie? Fucking A, The Duchess, the Keira Knightley, the movie The Duchess, where she legitly has such a high wake, she legitly sets it on fire, and then people are yelling at her like Duchess, bend over, your hair's on fire, like Duchess, please, and yeah, and it's where literally she's like 17th century France as be it as it may, Keira Knightley movie where legitly her super tall wig does get set on fire and it's like a what the fuck. And I thought maybe that's what you were referencing. But I don't remember the name of the movie. I think it's called The Duchess. I think it's just called The Duchess, and it's like it's kind of a spin off of Anna Karenina, but it's cool in its own right. It's worth watching, and the fire sound was real. Let's just say that the wig was real and Keira Knightley being set on fire was real. And it got a little more real than she expected when it started to melt. Because synthetic hair melts and drips. And they didn't tell her that. And she's wearing like bare arms, bare shoulders, and not cool. But let's just say, don't set Nexus's hair on fire, okay? Can we not do that? Can we just leave that thing in the past and don't like do evil things? You know, like when Troy fell on her back in a wide shot, and then they're like, "Oh, it's so good," and she's like, "Yeah, that's what it is," and they did, and she got hurt. Okay, in the episode where the power play, kind of. I think it might have been. Polite pause follows the babble and then starts saying, "Good to see you again, Anna," he murmurs. He looks really very striking in his extraordinary gold mask. Ladies and gentlemen, please nominate a table head. The MC calls out. Oh, me, says Mia immediately, bouncing enthusiastically in her seat. In the center of the table, you find an envelope. The MC continues. Would everyone find, beg, borrow, or steal a bill of the highest denomination you can manage, write your name on it, and place it inside the envelope? Table heads, please guard these envelopes carefully. We will need them later. This sounds like so much fucking bullshit. Crap. I haven't even brought any money with me. How stupid. It's a charity event. Okay, bitch, I've been to charity events, including one at my church where I won 2 auctions. You know what I didn't bring? Cash. Because nobody expects auctions where somebody, I'm not kidding, will bid $480 on a carved cat mouse block of cheese cutting board that somebody in our church who was an quite accomplished woodworker had made, put up for auction. The money was for charity. It was for sending underprivileged kids to summer camp, and that was the point. And he even said he apparently had told somebody else um, when he put it up, and his wife said it's going to sell for $400. And he was like, no, it's worth nothing. This is a thing I do on the side. This is a hobby. Like I carved something that I think looks like a cat, but it's not really. Like he was like, this is a hobby. This is not. I'm not that great. His wife was right because the cutting board with a sleeping cat and mouse and block of cheese on it that was perfectly sculpted, shellacked, blah blah blah, that he did put in the auction, wound up selling for $680. So credit to that dude's wife because she called it. And he didn't. But do you think the person who bought it had $700 cash in their pocket? No. And I won out on two other things. Did I have cash in my pocket? No. Nobody at a charity auction, they don't pay cash. And I guarantee you the place you're buying from doesn't want cash. Because cash is dangerous. You have to protect cash. Cash can be stolen. They don't want cash. They want, like, wire transfer. Mark, am I right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Are you even paying attention? Do you have any idea what I said?
Yeah, charity auctions don't want cash.
Thank you. Crap, I haven't brought any money with me. How stupid. It's a charity event. Fishing out his wallet, Christian produces $200 bills. Here, he says. What? I'll pay you back, I whisper. His mouth twists and I know he's not happy. He doesn't comment. I sign my name using his fountain pen. It's black with a white flower motif on the cap. And Mia passes the envelope around. In front of me, I find another card inscribed with silver calligraphy. Our menu. A masked ball in aid of coping together menu. Way to take multiple actual domestic violence charities and mush them into bullshit for your book. Because, yeah, she just cited about 4 domestic violence charities that I know of into one stupid name that means none of them. Salmon tartare with creme fraiche and cucumber toasted on brioche. Alaban Este Rosand, 2006. Roasted Muscovite duck breast, creamy Jerusalem artichoke puree, thyme roasted Bing cherries foie gras, Chateau and Trèfle de Pavreres Vans 06, Deme de la Janas, sugar crusted walnut chiffon, candied figs, Sabayon maple ice cream, Vin de Constance Opor, Klein Constata, selection of local cheeses and breads, Albin Estate, Granacia, 06, coffee and petit four. That was me reading an entire menu through multiple languages. And I'm taking these off so I can take a drink, but I'm taking the other one off this time. And show I'm not bullshit. There's the fucking marks because I am not bullshit. Also, send more ducks. I need like 300 more ducks, please. No. Actually hurting to turn my wrist. Ow. Something's on my face. Oh my god. How long have I had black eyeliner? How long have I had black on my goddamn face? God damn it. Are you serious? Like, fucking A. No. Ugh. That was not intentional. Also, I've made crafts that look like petty. Okay, chat, please remind me tomorrow when I'm sober and find my old pictures on my phone of the crafts that I made that look like petit four, because believe me, when you see them, I am way more skilled. Like, seriously, and like Amy's baking company. Ow! Ow! Are you awake?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then try saying so, please.
So please.
Okay, you have no idea what I almost just said to you right now, because I almost said something really dirty and really nasty. And I meant it as a joke, but it might not have come across that way if I said it. And yet you put back on mute, obviously, because you're not paying any attention, or you would have had an answer to that. Ow! Well, that accounts for the number of crystal glasses in every size that crowd my place setting. Our waiter is back offering wine and water. Beside me, the sides of our tent through which we enter are being closed, while at the front 2 servers pull back the canvas, revealing the sunset over over Seattle and May. Okay, somewhere near Seattle, because somewhere near Seattle, Mayden Bauer Bay. This is definitely a real place. It's really hard to pronounce. It's spelled according to this book Meydenbauer Bay. I assume this is an actual real place. So that's where they are. You know, like the Thames in the other books where she said it 5,000 times. It's an absolutely breathtaking view, the twinkling lights of Seattle in the distance and the orange, dusky calm of the bay reflecting the opal sky. Opal. What? Somebody punch Ela James in the throat slash tit repeatedly until she learns that opal is not a color. Please, because this is the 5th time she's fucking said opal sky or opal dawn or whatever. It's not a color. I'm sorry you're subscribed to thesaurus.com. They lied to you. This isn't a thing! Stop doing this! You sound like a fucking cunt! Idiot! Stupid! Again, I'm writing a fan fiction, and 4 parts are available. So if anyone would like to know, the first 4 parts of my much better, according to people who've actually read it, even though nobody that I'm in touch with has read past the first or second. Mark, I'm looking at you. Part, yet I'm told I'm a better writer than this. Mark, you keep lying that you're going to read it and you don't. And 10 servers each holding a plate comes down. Between us, silent on cue, they serve our starters in complete synchronization, then vanish again. The salmon looks delicious, and I realize I'm famished. Hungry? Christian murmurs so only I can hear. And I know he's not referring to the food. And the muscles deep in my belly respond. Very, I whisper, boldly meeting his gaze, and Christian's lips part as he inhales. Ha! See, two can play at this game. Christian's grandfather engages me in conversation. He's a wonderful old man, so proud of his daughter and 3 grandchildren. Of course, I respond, only too willing. By the time dessert is served, night has fallen, and I'm really uncomfortable. I need to get rid of the balls. Before I can excuse myself, the master of ceremonies appears at our table, and with him, if I'm not mistaken, Miss European Pigtails. What is her name? Hansel? Gretel? Gretchen? She's masked, of course, but I know it's her when her gaze doesn't move beyond Christian. She blushes, and selfishly, I'm beyond pleased that Christian doesn't acknowledge her at all. The MC asked for our envelope and with a very practiced and eloquent flourish, asked Grace to pull out the wedding bill. It's Sean's, and the silk wrapped basket is awarded to him. I applaud politely, but find it's impossible to concentrate on any more of the proceedings. If you'll excuse me, I murmur to Christian. He looks at me intently. Do you need the powder room? I nod. I'll show you, he says darkly. I think I can find the bathroom on my own. You don't need to come with me. When I stand, all the other men around the table stand with me. Oh, such manners. No, Christian, you're not taking Anna. I will. Mia's on her feet before Christian can protest. His jaw tenses, and I know he's not pleased. Quite frankly, neither am I. I have needs. I shrug apologetically at him, and he sits down, resigned. On our return, I feel a little better, though the relief is momentary. The balls have not been as instantaneous as I hoped. They're now safely, they're now stashed safely in my clutch purse. Okay, let's just be clear. They're at dinner with his parents at a mass event, and she's like, yeah, the balls he forced into my pussy without my permission. I didn't give him permission for it, but he said, like, keep them there. Those are too much, and I can't handle it. And so I really need to pee, and I can't do both at the same time. As a kind of bit of a thing for myself on a truck at a time in the, let's just say my mom didn't ask enough questions, and then maybe that happened, a kind of thing where I peed myself, also having an orgasm, I think, maybe kind of. This was years before I could actually confirm that I'd ever actually had an orgasm, because, yeah, I might have done some sexual exploring, but can I say I ever actually achieved orgasm? No. Hell no. Hell fucking no. Because the touching and the what it inspired was like, stop. Way too much, stop. Way too much, stop. That was my experience of it, and since I didn't have a virginity to lose, there was kind of a, yeah. So, not nothing as it were. Mark, are you alive?
Yes.
You sound tired.
Mm-hmm.
Am I keeping you? On a return, I feel a little better. Why did I think I could last the whole evening? I'm still yearning. Perhaps I can persuade Christian to take me to the boathouse later. Oh, the place where he literally like physically assaulted you and literally beat you, and where you literally told him, I'm willing to give you sex so you don't physically beat me, and then he did sex to you violently and in ways you didn't like, and then still beat you until the sister walked in. That's what you're hoping for right now, is a reenactment of that? Because that's what you just said. Phew, he's no longer mad at the missed opportunity. No, maybe I am. I feel frustrated, irritable even. Christian squeezes Christian squeezes my hand, and we both listen attentively to Karak, who's back on stage talking about coping together. Christian passes me another card. A list of auction prizes. I scan them quickly. Auction gifts and gracious donors for coping together. 1. Signed baseball bat from the Mariners. Dr. Emily Mainwaring. Gucci purse, wallet, and keyring. Andrea Washington. 1-day voucher for 2 at a Scala. Bravarian Center. Elena Lincoln. Landscape and garden design. Gia Mateo. Coco de mer Copperer, and perfume beauty selection, Elizabeth Austin. Venetian Mirror, Mr. and Mrs. J. Bailey. 2 cases of wine of your choice from the Albion Estates. Albion Estates. 2 VIP tickets for XTY in concert. Mrs. L. Yestov, Race Day Daytona, EMC, Brit Inc. Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen, first edition. Dr. AMF Lacefield. Really? Lacefield? Really? Really? Fucking A? Okay, I'm reading. Drive an Aston Martin DB7 for a day. Mr. and Mrs. LW Nora. Oil painting Into the Blue by J. Triton Kelly Triton. Gliding lessons Seattle area Soaring Society. That is a scene from Thomas Crown. She ripped off wholesale. Portland, the Heathman Hotel. 1 weekend stay in Aspen, Colorado. Sleep 6. Mr. C. Gray. 1 week stay aboard the Suzy Q yacht, 6th berth, moored in St. Lucia. Dr. and Mrs. Lauren. 1 week at Lake Andrea, Montana. Sleeps 8. Dr. and Mrs. Gray. End. Holy shit. I blink up at Christian. You own property in Aspen? I hiss. The auction is underway and I have to keep my voice down. Why are you surprised? I'm sorry, this is the ultimate idiot. Why are you surprised? He comes from money and he owns money things, so what? And it's not even his. This is literally, this is not his. This is his family's. And he's just there. Like, so for once, I actually can cut him like an inch of slack because this is not his fault. This is his family and things, and I've been in that position. My family ain't that rich ever, but I've been in the position of being like, you're here at this thing and you're expected to do a thing because family. That I get. This is why I don't have family ever. If they don't fucking understand me in the history of ever, and I knew that so young. My cousin had measles, and that was the moment I knew my mother was the second moment. It was the second moment, and that's so sad. Sarah knew in the first one. And this was the one that really said. Because if ever she was gonna. If ever she was gonna understand me. She didn't. And that was the end of it. That was the last moment I belonged to any of my family. I think I don't have any of them. My grandparents are dead. Half my aunts and uncles are dead. Most of my cousins are dead. But those living, why do you think I don't have any contact with them? They never even tried to understand me. I was never what they thought I was. And I got blamed for things that. I don't understand why families do that. I really don't. But it goes back to the Salem witch trials. You pick one to ostracize, and so it is. Holy shit! I blink up at Christian. You own property in Aspen? I hiss. The auction is underway and I have to keep my voice down. He nods, surprised at my outburst and irritated, I think. He puts his fingers to his lips to silence me. Do you have property elsewhere? I whisper. I'm sorry, he has just told you. He makes $100,000 an hour. You think he doesn't fucking own property? How stupid. Like, I'm sorry, this is my point. She's too stupid to exist in the real fucking world. She's an idiot. And I'm over it. She's too stupid. There's like a page and a half left. So if you want to get, like, Like, you want to make me pull out these cups and break my wrists? I will do it if you tell me to. But there's a page and a half left, so if you want to see struggle, hardcore, and broken bones, say so now. He nods. I'm surprised at my own outburst and irritated, I think. He puts his fingers to his lips to silence me. He nods again and inclines his head to one side in warning. The whole room, excuse me, the whole room erupts in cheering applause of one of the prizes gone for 12,000. I'll tell you later, Christian says quietly. I wanted to come with you. He adds rather sulkily. Well, you didn't. I pout and I realize I'm still querulous, and no doubt it's the frustrating effects of the balls. I'm sorry, honey, but having the silver balls up your cunt ain't gonna do shit. If you're that fucking pathetic, they don't fucking mean shit. They sit there and do nothing, like I said. Unless they're vibrating, they ain't cause for anything. So why the fuck you even notice they're there? But again, the author's a fucking moron. Mark, have you ever employed long distance vibrating devices with your lady?
No, I can't comment on it.
Of course not, because you respect her. I glanced around the tent to see if I can spot her, but I can't see her telltale hair. Surely Christian would have warned me if she was invited tonight. I sit and stew, applauding when necessary, as each lot is sold for an astonishing amount of money. The bidding moves to Christian's place in Aspen and reaches $20,000. Going once, going twice, the MC calls, and I don't know what possesses me, but I suddenly hear my own voice ringing out over the throng, $24,000. Every mask at the table turns to me in shocked amazement, the biggest reaction of all coming from beside me. I hear a sharp intake of breath and feel his wrath washing over me like a tidal wave. $24,000 sold to the lovely lady in silver, going once, going twice, sold. And why shouldn't she? He literally, I'm sorry, honest to God, the second he put $24,000 in my bank account without information, I'm telling my bank to conduct a fraud investigation because I don't know how he got my bank information and I didn't give it to him. And I don't care how rich he is. Fucking A. And yeah, I know how rich he is and I'd be doing that to annoy him, but I do it anyway. No, wait, what? So the end. No, wait, what? I think I missed a page. Because I'm at the end of the. Wait, I think I missed a page. Hold on. Uh, no, I'm not. No, that's literally okay. So saying going once to going twice sold. That's the end of the chapter. I'm not kidding. That's the actual end of the chapter. So that's next week. So that's the end of the what? Apparently that's how it ends. We made it to the end of 2 chapters and more powerfully so mm, mm, ow. Mm. Okay, why is weight displacement like not conventional? Because I'm trying to put more. Okay, okay. So I'm gonna leave this on for a while out of like acquiescence. But that's the end of the both chapters tonight. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you, Mark, for pretending to be here. And thank you for Sethel for all of the ducks. You are amazing. And there will be ducks. I'm not kidding. There will be ducks. There will be. I'm not. The plans that I said about the ducks are real. There will be ducks. There will really be ducks. And there will be many pantheons of ducks. And that's a fact. And there will be ducks. So, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone that donated for the cups tonight. Thank you so much. Forgive me for being a little esoteric at times, or bratty, or whatever, or sparkly. But thank you all for being here, and thank you and love your fur babies. Please have a great night and pet all the ducks and send all of the ducks. Thank you for being here, and please come back next week for more book club as we all enjoy you having here, anyone, whoever you are. And thank you so much. Uh,
Roasted duck.
roasted duck. And also not roasted duck, okay? Most ducks are tiny rubber and not eaten. I know you're hungry, but please. Like, I know barbecue duck is your thing, Mark, but come on.
Yeah.
And you can't say ducks screwed you up on your rally. Come on. Because you admitted that like a week prior you executed all ducks. Okay, come on. Be fair.
Yeah, ducks aren't allowed in my car.
Yeah, and so you can't blame them for you're not like placing first.
I blame the co-driver for that.
Who is your co-driver?
Yeah, I can't dox him.
Person. But you're not the driver ever?
No, I drive. Somebody else co-drives. They redate the pacemates.
So you drive.
Yeah,
So you're the primary.
well, that's one way of putting it, I suppose.
You're the primary, obviously.
Well, that's one way of putting it.
Okay, so who do you blame that you lost? Is it ducks?
No, it's definitely the co-driver.
And by lost, I only mean that you were not first. That doesn't mean that you were not second. Second is still very respectable. If you did, and I'm not saying you should, but where did you come in your last rally?
Not bloody first.
Okay, but not first, but where did you come in?
No, I think I'll leave that secret till the end.
Okay, so not second. But that's okay. Okay, but since we did read actually 2 chapters, now is the time to end the stream, and we have not had any reason to prolong such, so we're gonna go on. Okay, like seriously, it sounds like you're jerking off right now.
No, it's a tobacco pouch.
Tobacco pouch. Okay. Yeah, acceptable. But it really does sound like you're jerking off. Also, the amount of ducks, though. Thank you so much. Because yes, there will be ducks. I'm not kidding. I really am. 100%. I am building a scale and pantheon and surrounding of ducks. That will happen. And it will happen. But for now, we will conclude this evening for the second time. And thank you all, and thank you for all the ducks, and thank you, Sethel, and your dragons. And please send me your address privately so I can send you the dragon that matches your avatar that you need to own because the world demands it. And I really will send you the dragon that I said because you need to own it. It's his effective life. So I need to send this to you. So please privately contact me an address that I can send you appropriate dragon that belongs to you, obviously. And Mark, thank you for being here. And I'm sorry you've had a hard time the last few days, but I'm very glad that you're here.
Yeah, happens.
Same. As I said, people I knew in the foster care system. Most of you. And it sucks. I'm sorry. a good night, everyone. Have a good night, and thank you all for being here. Please come back next Saturday at 8 p.m. for more Book Club Chapters 7 and 8. Be on full display, as will anyone willing to join me. But please love on your fur babies, love yourself, and do something sexy this evening, because goddamn, if we ain't all worth it. And seriously, we're having really good sex. What are you doing with your life? Good night, everybody!
Later.